The State of Wisconsin versus Kevin Lychwick, 24 CF 1881. Appearances, please.
The state appears by Chelsea Thompson and Dan Tombasco. Also at council table is Detective Ben Stern. Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Lychwick, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Nothing, Your Honor. I'm not well. I need to lay down.
Okay.
I protest these proceedings. I'm being railroaded. I am not prepared to defend myself in this matter.
Mr. Lychwick, we'll get to that in just one moment. Attorney Thompson.
You have hamstringed me every attempt I've made to defend myself. You've denied me my rights of the disposal of tampered evidence and the dismissal of this case. It should never have come this far.
Mr. Lychwick,
I am not feeling well today.
Mr. Lychwick,
you have dragged me here and brutalized me. Look at this. Look what they did to me. Offered no resistance. They dragged me out of my bed. I question your rationality, sir.
Mr. Lychwick, I will let you be heard, but I want to warn you first that if you are speaking out of turn or speaking disruptively or yelling or otherwise causing a disturbance, I may have to remove you from the courtroom. I will let you be heard. I'll let you make a record. Now is not the time to do that, though, okay? Attorney Thompson, is the state in victim rights compliance?
Yes, we are.
All right, we're here for day 2 of the trial. It's now 9:10 a.m. We were scheduled to begin at 8:30 a.m. We got off to a little bit of a late start. Earlier, the court was advised by my deputies that Mr. Lychwick was still remaining in his cell. He was not dressed, and he was refusing to come to court. I had my deputies check with the jail staff to see whether Mr. Lychwick needed more time, whether he was going to voluntarily come up to court, or what the situation was. So we gave Mr. Lychwick about another 35 minutes or so while we explored some other options of how he could be produced for this trial if necessary. So Mr. Lychwick, what would you like to say about your condition today and your ability to proceed to trial?
Well, thank you for letting me finally speak, Your Honor. Again, I reiterate what I first said when I entered here. I am not well today. I need to lay down and rest.
Why is that?
That is the utmost, that is the primary topic right now.
Why do you feel that you need to lay down and rest?
Because I'm sick. For one thing, I have a tear in my belly that needs to be repaired. And I refuse to take responsibility for the delays in the length of these proceedings because I needed medical attention, and you're saying I put it off. I did not. I did not receive the proper consultation. I wasn't even allowed to consult with another doctor before I had the last procedure done that I needed. And I have not received all the surgeries that I need. I again reiterate, I have a tear in my belly that might be part of the cause. I am exhausted. How would you like to sleep for 18 months, Your Honor, a concrete slab, being starved, tortured with lights on you, 24 hours a day, guards harassing you when you're on the toilet, can't even shower in peace or sleep in peace. I can't take this anymore.
Okay, Mr. Lychwick, you've made your record previously when the court has heard your concerns about your medical condition. We've taken testimony previously from the jail administrator. We've heard evidence from your treating physician. And the court has already made rulings about your condition leading up to the case, the previous delays in the case, and the readiness for trial this week. So that matter has already been settled. What I'm concerned about is your present condition today and why you think you have an inability to continue today, this morning.
You're being harassing, Your Honor. I just told you, you're making repeat myself. That's harassing. I reiterate, I am exhausted and I am not well and I'm nauseous. I have a rip in my belly. What more do you want me to say, Your Honor?
Okay.
I don't mean to raise my voice. I am exasperated. I feel that I am not speaking to somebody who's rational at this point. I don't think you can. You're hearing what you want to hear. So at this point, you know, you're trying to make a fool out of me on top of it. I refuse to be part of this. You're railroading me, I say again. My constitutional rights and my Eighth Amendment rights, for one, under the Constitution, are being violated. My human rights.
Mr. Lychwick, I'm going to give you a few different, I understand. I'm going to give you a few different options. I'll let you know, though, that every one of those options leads to the same conclusion and endpoint, which is that the trial is going to continue today and will continue this week. So here are the options that I'm going to present to you. Number one, we can give you a little bit more time this morning to compose yourself, to do what you need to do, to get dressed into your suit that you were in yesterday, because I'll make a record that today you are in the jail orange and we produced you in a wheelchair. You've been handcuffed for the safety of everyone because we don't know what condition you're in or what your attitude was going to be. So I can give you more time to compose yourself, to get ready for trial this morning, maybe until about 10 a.m. That's another 45 minutes. You can freshen up. You can get dressed into your street clothes and resume the trial in the chair at counsel table with your legs secured to the floor like you were yesterday. So there's no outward sign that you're in custody. That's option number one. Option number two, if you're not going to refuse, or if you're going to refuse option number one, is we can keep you in the courtroom as you are now. You're going to be obviously in jail orange. You're obviously going to be in a wheelchair, and we can, I'll defer to my deputies, but we can likely make arrangements for just the leg shackle to be used. But then you are going to be viewed as in custody by the jury. We can give them a cautionary instruction to make sure that that's not used against you in any way. But again, as I said yesterday, efforts were undertaken to make sure the jury was aware that you are, or not aware that you are in custody. So that would certainly change today. That's option number two. Option number three is if you are going to be disruptive in court today, I may have you produced in one of the holding cells in the bullpen here. It's a white room. It doesn't have any outward signs, at least while it's displayed on video, that you would be in custody. I would give you the option to be in that room dressed in civilian clothing, or you could appear in your jail orange there. You would have all your materials there. We could still make arrangements for you to have access to standby counsel. If you want standby counsel to consult with you on anything, we could put you in a breakout room over video for that. And then you would participate in this trial by video. So you would be displayed on the video screens. The jury would see you on their screens. We would see and hear you. You could still make objections. You could still interject. You could still cross-examine witnesses just like you would if you were in the courtroom. That's option number three. Option number four is the most drastic option, really, Mr. Lychwick, and that is that if you refuse to participate and conduct yourself accordingly, I may have to have you removed from the courtroom and just not produced at all for your trial, in which case there is a way that the court could make findings that the trial would have to proceed with you in absentia. The reason why that is a very drastic remedy here and a drastic option, Mr. Lychwick, is because you are representing yourself. And you would not have the benefit of an attorney continuing to represent your interests at trial if you are not here in person. You have standby counsel. I likely would not have Attorney Galaviz suddenly become your advocate counsel and advocate for you because you specifically wanted Attorney Galaviz to withdraw. You wanted to represent yourself. I took the colloquy of your waiver. I find that you are still competent to represent yourself. You asked good questions yesterday. You raised objections yesterday. You gave an opening statement. You're clearly qualified and competent to represent yourself. So I would not have Attorney Galaviz step in and represent your interests, which means that there just would be no presence by the defense. I don't want to exercise that option. That would be only in the event that you're unable to comport yourself and abide by my rules and abide by decorum in the court. So those are essentially your four options, Mr. Lychwick. Do you want time today until about 10 o'clock to get into civilian clothes, freshen up, get your materials up here into court, and continue with the trial?
This is not rational. You haven't listened to a word I said, Your Honor. With all due respect to the court and the people of Waukesha County, I am not up to being here today. I need to lay down and rest. I am not well. That's all I can say. I've said it before. I've said it twice since I came in here. I've told your deputies and the jail staff at least 4 times on the way up here, and the fact that they were hurting me. So I'm not being heard. You're refusing to listen to me. What more can I do?
Mr. Lychwick, I'll ask you again. Do you want time this morning to get into civilian clothes, to freshen up, to meaningfully participate in your case this morning in court like you were yesterday? Are you going to answer?
I've tried to answer. You won't listen to me.
Okay. Well, Mr. Lychwick, well, the trial is going to proceed whether or not you are actively participating or whether you're protesting or refusing to participate. So now the question is, do we have you stay there in your wheelchair, secure, in jail clothes, so that at least you're in the courtroom and can choose to participate when and if you feel like participating? Do you want to remain in the courtroom, or would you rather be in the holding cell by video?
This is not rational. I've answered your question already 3 times. I don't know what else to say. I need to lay down, Your Honor. I need to go back to my cell and lay down. That's all I can tell you. When I feel better, I'll let you know. That's all. That's the final word here. I don't know what else to do.
Well, that's why I'm offering, Mr. Lychwick, to delay this a little bit more this morning, to give you an opportunity to freshen up, to do what you need to do and get into civilian clothes, and then come back in the courtroom and participate. But we can't put the trial off today just because you don't feel well. I'm willing to give you more time this morning, but it's going to resume this morning, probably about 10 a.m. We'll bring the jury in. They've been waiting patiently for 50 minutes now. I can have them wait a little bit longer. Is that what you want to do, Mr. Lychwick?
I told you I'm not well. I don't think an hour is going to make any difference, Your Honor. With all due respect to your title, I don't know how to answer you anymore.
Okay. Mr. Lychwick, I want to be very clear. This trial is proceeding whether or not you participate. So I'm giving you the option. Either you're going to be here in person, you're going to be in the holding cell, or if you're, right now you're not being disruptive. So I'm not going to force you to go back to your cell and just continue the trial without you here. But if you are just going to sit there, that's fine. The jury's going to understand that you're in jail orange. I'll give them a cautionary instruction that they're not to consider that in any way. If you exhibit disruptive behavior, though, if you yell, raise your voice, speak out of turn, it may become necessary to remove you from the courtroom. Do you understand that, Mr. Lychwick?
I understand perfectly well.
Do you have your trial materials with you right now?
No, because I am not well. I do not have my glasses with me. I am not well. I am not up. I am done answering these questions. This is insane. I have answered your questions. I have been polite and answered your questions, even though I am under extreme duress and in pain and not well and nauseous and tired beyond belief. I don't know what more to tell you. You refuse to listen to me. I hope this is being put on the record.
We're on the record,
Your
Mr.
stenographer
Lychwick.
recording all this, Your Honor?
My court reporter is taking down everything that's been
you.
said so far. All right, Mr. Lychwick, what I'm going to do is have the jail staff produce your trial materials.
No,
your glasses.
I do not want that taken out of my cell, Your Honor. Please, no. I am not up to looking at it. I am not up. I need to lay down.
Mr. Lychwick,
it's going to get lost and disheveled like yesterday. Your deputies dropped it all over the floor. It took me hours to put it back together again.
Mr. Lychwick, either they gather your materials and bring them up to you, or we're proceeding without your materials in front of you.
I don't want them brought up here. And I am not, I'm telling you again, Your Honor, I am not up to being here right now. I need to lay down.
Mr. Lychwick, yesterday I saw you taking a lot of notes during trial. You were taking notes after hearing certain answers. You were taking notes when the court was talking to you and citing some cases. So I know that you've been taking notes during the trial. I want you to have those notes. I want you to have your materials that you prepared.
I won't, Your Honor, I won't be able to use them. I don't know what to tell you. I am not well. I don't need that. If you bring them here, they're going to get lost and spilled all over the floor again and manhandled. Just leave them alone, Your Honor. When I feel better, I'm repeating myself again. You're making a fool out of me, Your Honor. I will let you know when I'm feeling well. That's all I can tell you.
Mr. Lychwick, then I am going to bring the jury in, and we're going to resume this trial. I'll give you one more opportunity to have about a 45-minute recess, get yourself into street clothes, get your materials, get your glasses, and prepare yourself for trial. Do you want that time, or should we bring the jury in?
I'm telling you, Your Honor, I am not ready. I am not well. I don't know what else to tell you.
All right. Attorney Thompson, does the state have any position at this point?
No, I think that the options the court laid out are the available options. Mr. Lychwick has not really made a decision. He's non-responsive to the court, so I think we proceed with the trial. The state has witnesses here, and we are prepared to proceed.
Okay. Mr. Lychwick, one more time, I just want to roadmap here where this case could go, depending on your behavior as we go forward. As I said, I'm going to bring the jury in. I will give them a cautionary instruction that they are not to consider your current clothing, your current restraints. On that note, deputies, with courtroom security in mind, can Mr. Lychwick be secured just with the ankle harness?
We could do that. Remove everyone first.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that's an option. All right. So Mr. Lychwick will make sure that your hands are free and that you are secured by the ankle restraint, but you will still be in jail clothes. I'll tell the jury that they are not to consider anything about your appearance today and infer anything from that and not hold that against you. And we'll proceed with the trial. If at any point you want to stop and get your materials, I can allow you to do that, but they'll be brought up to you. We're not going to have you go down to your cell at this point and gather those materials up. They will be brought up for you to assist you in your defense. If you become disruptive or interject or talk out of turn or speak loudly or continue to raise objections on things that the court has already ruled on, I may have to remove you from the courtroom and place you in the holding cell there. By that step, you would still be produced by video. You would still have an audio feed. We would still be able to hear you. That would give you an opportunity to still participate, but it would also give me an opportunity to mute your microphone if you are continuing to be disruptive. I would continue to give you warnings about your disruptive conduct, and if the disruptive conduct continued to the point where it was impossible to continue, then I would have to remove you and place you back in your cell. And at that point, the trial would continue with you in absentia. And I would not be appointing an attorney to represent you because you are proceeding pro se and you wanted your last attorney to withdraw. So, Mr. Lychwick, that's the potential outcomes here as we go forward. Otherwise, if at any point you want to get your materials and get into civilian clothes, we can talk about that. Understood?
No, it's not understood, Your Honor. I don't understand a thing you're saying because it doesn't make any sense. I told you what I told you. Refuse to listen to me.
All right. In order to change the defendant's restraints, we are going to have to clear the courtroom again. So I'm going to ask all of the public to exit the courtroom so that the deputies can take care of that, and then we will reopen the courtroom and proceed.
I'd like to make two records regarding discovery in this case. Going forward, since Mr. Lychwick does not have any of his papers with him, as we introduce paper exhibits or documents, I have asked my paralegal to start printing off paper copies to provide to Mr. Lychwick as we go along. He did have a flash drive given to him yesterday after we broke for the day. It contained all of the state's exhibits up to this point and some that have been marked and just not admitted yet. Exhibits 82 and 83 on that flash drive were photos. I replaced them with different photos, so I will get Mr. Lychwick a copy of those as well. But that way, because he doesn't have anything with him, at least he can follow along with all of the paper discovery in court as the witnesses go up. All of those exhibits and documents have previously been provided to him through Attorney Galaviz via an evidence.com link.
Okay, thank you. And that reminds me, after we concluded yesterday, we had a brief off-the-record discussion about the state preparing hard copies of all the photos that have been admitted so far. It would be the court's intent that the parties talk about whether or not exhibits would be returned to the jury if they request them during deliberations, and the court's preference would be that photos, color photos of all of those exhibits be printed so that they can be more easily accessed by the jury. I just wanted to make a record of that.
The last thing is, after court yesterday, while Attorney Galaviz was present, the attorneys were still in court, along with Mr. Lychwick. As I was handing him that flash drive, he told me he was still missing the recorded calls. I think one of the last names that he gave was Smithy. That's S-M-I-T-H-E-Y. Which made me think that he was referencing several recorded phone calls for individuals that officers spoke to in this case. They're not on the state's witness list. I don't intend to call them, but I did, in an effort to make sure that he had what he was asking for, I went back to review the property sheet. There are 3 specific recorded calls, one with Kurt Lychwick, one with Raven Frederick, F-R-E-D-R-I-C-K, and Jackie Smithy, J-A-C-K-I, S-M-I-T-H-E-Y. I confirmed that all 3 of those calls are on the evidence.com link that was previously provided to counsel, which Attorney Galaviz advised us he had given the entirety of everything he had received from the district attorney's office to Mr. Lychwick. So just so there's a record made of that, he does have everything, and he has those calls that I believe he was referencing to me yesterday when we broke for the day.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lychwick, anything on those matters?
Yes, the flash drive, Your Honor, that was given to me yesterday kindly by the prosecution was taken away from me by the jail staff. So they've denied me access to it, ultimately. I do not have access to that flash drive.
And Attorney Thompson, everything that was on the flash drive was previously provided to the defense via the evidence.com link?
Yes. With the caveat of, for example, the Exhibit 2, which is the floor diagram of Ms. Rose, Mr. Maldonado, Mr. Lychwick, that was created as a demonstrative. So there are a couple demonstrative exhibits on that flash drive, but otherwise everything else was on evidence.com, yes.
Okay, thank you. Anything else before we bring the jury in?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick?
Yes, I just want to go lay down, Your Honor. I'm not well.
All right, I understand. Let's call for the jury then. Thank you. You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for the delay in getting going this morning, but we are ready to continue now with the trial. I have one other instruction to give you at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you can see that the defendant is dressed differently today by his choice. You are not to infer anything from that, nor use that in any way against him. All right, we are ready to proceed with the trial. The state may call its next witness.
John, we call Anthony Lefebvre, please. Come forward, sir.
Mr. Lefebvre, come up to the witness stand, please. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this manner before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. You can have a seat. That black bar with the red dot in front of you is our microphone. Get yourself situated nice and close to that, and start by stating your name, spelling both your first and your last name.
Anthony, Anthony, Lefebvre, Lefebvre.
Attorney Tom Bosco, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. And good morning, Mr. Lefebvre. Can you please tell the jury where you live, sir?
1512 East North Street, Apartment 7, Waukesha, Wisconsin.
And how long have you lived in that location, sir?
Since 2013.
Okay. So over 10 years?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, are you employed?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I just work at Walgreens, stock room.
And do you know an individual named Kevin Lychwick, sir?
Yes.
Do you see Mr. Lychwick in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Can you please point him out and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Orange clothing.
And he's the gentleman seated directly to my left, is
Correct.
that right, sir?
Correct.
Yeah, I've asked the record reflect identification of the defendant, Kevin Lychwick.
The jury can make that determination.
You live in the same apartment building as Mr. Lychwick, sir?
Yes.
And which level of the apartment complex do you live on? Do you live on the ground floor or the second floor?
The first floor.
Okay. And does Mr. Lychwick live on the first floor or the
He
second floor?
lives on the second floor.
Okay. And did you ever interact with Mr. Lychwick, sir?
Just in passing, doing laundry, coming and going in the garage.
Okay. And based on your interactions with Mr. Lychwick, do you know whether he has a particular first name that he prefers to be called by?
Everybody in the building usually just referred to him as Conrad.
Okay. And do you know an individual named Carlos Maldonado?
Yes.
And how do you know Carlos, sir?
He also lived in the building on the second floor.
Okay. And so directing your attention to the springtime of 2024, did you install a trail camera at your apartment complex at about that time frame, sir?
Yes.
And why did you install a trail camera?
So my mother could watch our garden. I also have one up by her so I can watch her garden. So.
And so you were building a garden then on the property?
Correct.
And did you talk to the property management staff about you wanting to start that garden on the property?
Yes.
Did they give you permission to start that garden?
Yes.
And did you similarly have a conversation with the property manager about installing the trail camera so you could keep tabs on that garden?
Yes.
And did the property manager give you permission to install that trail camera?
Yes.
Can you just tell the jury a little bit generally about what this trail camera looked like?
It's a white 2x3-ish square box. Just stuck it on the tree.
And when you say you stuck it on a tree, can you just give the jury a little bit of a sense? There's a hill and a wooded area to the back of the apartment complex. Is this the area where you put the camera, sir?
Correct.
And did you put one camera or did you put multiple cameras?
I have multiple cameras.
And does this particular trail camera run on what is known as an SD memory card?
Yes.
And an SD memory card, does that capture the footage that your trail camera is recording on a particular date and time?
Correct.
And if a person has a copy of that SD memory card, would they be able to go back in time and review footage from a prior time date?
Yes.
And does the trail camera that you installed, does that work on motion detection?
Yes.
Does it continue to record footage even if it's late at night, say after midnight?
Oh, yeah, 24/7.
And was there a point in time, sir, in which a law enforcement official came to you and asked you for the particular footage that was on your trail camera?
Yes.
And let me take a step back and ask you this as well. In terms of the footage on your trail camera, to your knowledge, when you initially installed the camera, did you ever change out the SD memory card?
No.
So the original SD memory card that you installed the camera would have been recording throughout the time of April of 2024?
Absolutely.
It would have also been recording around the same time of May of 2024?
Yep.
And I asked you just a few moments ago about an official from law enforcement asking you for contact you in reference to your trail camera. Was that Detective Ben Stern of the Waukesha Police Department?
Yes.
And he's the gentleman that's seated a couple of seats to my right?
Yes.
And did you cooperatively turn over those two SD cards to him?
Right away.
And did Detective Stern threaten you or coerce you in any manner to hand over those SD cards?
Nope.
You did that voluntarily?
Absolutely.
And you made no modifications or any changes to the SD card until that time that you turned it over to the police department?
Correct.
Was there a point in time, sir, in late November of 2024 when you were contacted by a specialist with the Waukesha Police Department?
Yes.
And this particular individual wanted you to review some particular footage from your trail camera. Is that right?
Yes.
And specifically, this individual wanted to show you some footage and see if you recognized anybody from your trail camera. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you agree to review that footage with that individual?
Yes.
And prior to your testimony in court here today, sir, have you had an opportunity to review some snippets from your trail camera?
Yes.
And if I showed you those particular snippets of footage, would you recognize if they came from your trail camera or not?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask that we place on the witness's screen what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 66. Sir, are you able to see this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this exhibit, I should say, runs about 8 seconds in length. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I should ask you, sir, is there a timestamp on these particular clips?
There is.
Okay. And to your knowledge, just give me just a second, sir. Is the timestamp accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sir, I'm going to play this particular clip from the beginning. I'm going to back it up here, and just let us know after you finish reviewing this clip if you recognize it.
I do.
Okay. This is your trail camera, sir?
Yes.
This is from the trail camera that you installed at the back of the complex?
Yes.
May I now move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received?
Any objection to the receipt of the evidence, Mr. Lychwick? I'll take silence as no objection. The evidence will be received.
Thank you. And, Your Honor, at this point, I would ask permission to publish to the jury.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to publication to the jury?
If I could address the jury for a minute, Your Honor.
You may not. Any objection to Exhibit 66 being used with the jury?
I am not well. I told you that already. I am not up to sitting here and participating in these procedures. I am sick, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lychwick, I've already made a ruling on that. The trial is continuing. Without objection or over the defendant's silence, the court will allow Exhibit 66 to be received into evidence and used with the jury.
Thank you. If we could just have the TVs turned on, please. Anthony, may I call you by your first name?
Yes.
Anthony, just so we're clear, these clips do not have any sound associated with them. Is that right?
I don't believe so.
That's okay. Yeah, if you don't know, you don't know. But let me just play this clip for you, and then I'm going to have a question for you at the conclusion of the clip. Okay. Were you able to review the clip, sir?
Mhm.
And
That's a yes?
Yes.
Yep. And is there an individual depicted walking on this clip, sir?
Yes,
Do you recognize that individual?
I do.
Who is that individual?
Kevin Lychwick.
Kevin Lychwick, sir?
Lychwick, yes.
The individual you identify?
Kevin Lychwick.
And then you said something else.
Oh, I just corrected. I mispronounced.
The same Kevin Lychwick that you identified earlier in court here today, sir?
Yes.
How do you know that that's Mr. Lychwick, sir?
He kind of has a particular walk, a gait to how he walks.
And in terms of the, I'm trying to move my cursor out of the way here so you can see, but is there a timestamp on this particular video, sir?
Yes.
Okay, and the timestamp is?
Is May 2nd, 2024 at 0:40, 100 hours, 31 seconds.
So this clip.
12.
I'm sorry.
Hang on. Okay. The question was answered. What's the next question?
Sure. That's 12:41, so that's 12:41 in the morning, sir?
Correct.
Thank you, sir. Okay. If we could just, take the TVs down, please, Madam Clerk. Just one moment, sir. Yeah. Anthony, I have a few other video clips.
Attorney Tom Bosco, in court, it's Mr. Lefevre.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, okay. Mr. It's Lefebvre, is that right, sir? Okay. Mr. Lefebvre, I have several other clips I'd like to show you as well. If you don't mind, can we just bring those up on your screen as well, sir? And this has been previously marked. Do you see that, Mr. Lefebvre?
I do.
And this has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 67. And do you recognize this clip, sir?
I do.
Is this from your trail camera as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I now move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to the receipt of Exhibit 67, Mr. Lychwick? All right, no answer from the defendant. The evidence will be received.
Now turning your attention, Mr. Lefebvre, to State's Exhibit, what has been previously marked, I should say, State's Exhibit 68. Are you able to see this footage, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Is this from your trail camera as well, sir?
Yes.
Your Honor, I now move State's Exhibit number 68 into evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to Exhibit 68, Mr. Lychwick? Without objection, the exhibit will be received.
Mr. Lefebvre, turning your attention now to what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 69. Do you see this on your screen as well,
Yes,
sir?
I do.
Okay. Is this from your trail camera as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move State's Exhibit 69 into evidence.
Any objection to Exhibit 69, Mr. Lychwick? The record will reflect that Mr. Lychwick is sitting still in his chair with his eyes closed, and he is non-responsive to the court. The court is speaking in a loud enough voice to wake up anyone who would legitimately be sleeping. The defendant is choosing not to answer the court's inquiries. Exhibit 69 is received into evidence.
Mr. Lefebvre, showing us from marked now as State's Exhibit number 70. Do you recognize this footage as well?
Yes.
Is this from your trail camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, I now move State's Exhibit number 70 into evidence.
Any objection to Exhibit 70, Mr. Lychwick? The defendant continues to not answer nor open his eyes. Exhibit 70 is received.
And Mr. Lefebvre, I have two additional clips for you. This has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 71. Do you recognize this footage as well?
I do.
Is this from your trail camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, I now move State's Exhibit number 71 into evidence and ask that it be received.
Exhibit number 71, Mr. Lychwick, any objection to that? The defendant does not answer. Exhibit 71 will be received into evidence.
And finally, Mr. Lefebvre, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 72. Do you recognize this footage, sir?
I do.
And is this from your trail camera?
Yes.
Finally, Your Honor, I move State's Exhibit number 72 into evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to 72, Mr. Lychwick? The defendant does not answer. 72 will be received.
Thank you. Mr. Lefebvre, was there a time when you knew, Mr. Lychwick, that you took note of any particular change to his hair color?
About a year previous to him being vacated from the building.
Okay. Do you remember about the approximate time frame, like what month you first made reference to this?
No, I don't.
Okay. For a period of time, did Mr. Lychwick have gray hair?
Yes. And
was there a point in time in which you noticed that he no longer had gray hair?
Yes.
What color hair did he have instead of his normal gray hair?
It was just a lighter color. It was no longer silvery gray.
Okay. Was there a point in time in which you noticed he had jet black hair?
That seems like what it was.
Okay. Do you remember when you first noticed that he had jet black hair?
A few months previous to, like, in early 2024.
Nice. Anything from anyone? Sure. Mr. Lefebvre, I just want to take a step back and clarify one thing. So there were a number of video clips I showed you that have not been published yet. Sir, on those particular video clips, is there an individual depicted walking on them?
Yes.
And is that individual Mr. Lychwick?
Yes.
And once again, you recognize Mr. Lychwick based on his particular manner of walking. Was that your testimony earlier?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have any cross-examination?
I told you, Your Honor, I'm sick. I'm not well. I shouldn't be here. I need to be laying down.
The court has already ruled on that today. I've ruled on that pre-trial, and the trial will continue. Without any cross-examination, then, Mr. Lefebvre, you are excused. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The state may call its next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Karen Corcoran. And just go right up behind the court reporter.
Ma'am, come all the way up to the witness stand. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by my clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated. That black bar with the red dot in front of you is our microphone. Get yourself situated nice and close to that. And when you are ready, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
My first name is spelled C-A-R-R-E-N. It's Karen. My middle name is Corcoran, C-O-R-C-O-R-A-N. And my last name is Gummin, G-U-M-M-I-N.
Thank you. Ms. Gummin, how are you presently employed?
I'm retired from City Madison Police Department.
How long were you a law enforcement officer with the City of Madison Police Department?
30 years.
During your 30 years as a law enforcement officer, did you have any kind of specialized training as it related to police canine dogs or working dogs?
I began working a cadaver dog independent of the police department in about 1999, and then proceeded to work cadaver dogs throughout my career. I'm currently on my 5th, and I also was a full-time patrol dog handler for 10 years for the city.
Do you currently own your own business?
Yes, I have a small business I started in 2005 called Canine Search Solutions. It's focused on providing training to law enforcement canine handlers who run tracking dogs. And then separate from that, we do cadaver dog work when we're requested, but it's on a voluntary basis. We don't get paid anything.
As part of your continued work as a trainer and a teacher, do you have a curriculum vitae that you keep up with in order to kind of keep track of everything that you do?
Yes.
And Madam Clerk, if you could please turn on the screen in front of the witness only, please. I'm scrolling down to the bottom of page 1. Do you see an exhibit sticker there, Ms. Gumman?
Yes.
And is that states Exhibit 75?
Yes.
In scrolling through Exhibit 75, is this an 11-page document that is your CV?
Yes.
And this is something that you personally prepare and keep up with, you said, right?
Yes.
At this time, I move Exhibit 75 into evidence.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to Exhibit 75 being received into evidence?
I told you already 1,000 times, Your Honor, I'm not well today. I don't know what to tell you.
Exhibit 75 will be received.
Ms. Gumman, we talked about how you were a City of Madison police officer for 30 years, and you have been training and handling working dogs for 24 years. Now, you talked about how you have had 5 dogs. Is that correct?
5 human remains detection dogs. Yes.
Thank you for correcting me. Now, you yourself, as a handler, how many searches over your career have you participated in, whether it's search and rescue missions, as a cadaver dog handler?
Thanks. For human remains detection dog cases, I'm at 294 cases, and I count a case once. So often we get involved in a missing persons case, and we repeatedly go back, but 294 cases.
Now, can you describe for the jury, please, your education, starting from when you were a police officer and then kind of going through the dog training as well?
I graduated from the University of Wisconsin-Madison a long time ago, and I got my degree at that time, a Bachelor of Arts in Behavioral Science and Law, and then I started in the Madison Police Department the day after I graduated. I had a minor in criminal justice, which was offered at the university, and a minor in African studies, and I think that's about it.
Okay. And now, is there a section on your CV that specifically focuses on the dog trainings?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be fair to say, and looking at exhibit number 75, you have routinely participated in various trainings involving police canines or human remains canines from 1995 through April of last year?
Yes.
And do you have any continuing education or training that you participate in to make sure that you are kept up to date with any advancements in this area?
For myself?
For yourself, yes.
I do a lot of trying to do a lot of research on what science and research has been done with human remains detection dogs and scent-specific trailing dogs. And I'm, at this point, more involved in instructing both hands-on dog handlers, and then also I do some online instruction for the Center for Forensic Training and Education, where they have me teach handlers.
Are you also, in this field, are you also a certifier for
Yes.
newer canines?
Yes, so I became a national certifying official in the realm of human remains detection through an organization called NNDDA. It's National Narcotic Detector Dog Association. It is one of several national organizations that test working dogs at least once a year. It says narcotics because in the 1970s is when it was developed as a narcotics entity, and it has since grown to be patrol dog testing, explosive dogs, human remains detection dogs. So I became I test through there, but I'm also a certifying official in just human remains detection. So teams that can qualify to take that certification once a year, I evaluate them through a series of unknown blind testing, and then they either certify or they don't.
And in addition to being a member of the NNDDA, do you have any other memberships with associations as it relates to cadaver canines?
I mean, I'm on the board of a small search and rescue entity in Illinois, and I'm also a International Bloodhound Training Institute is an organization that's worldwide that trains dogs to be scent specific, looking for live missing people, and I instruct that, and I'm also a certifying official in that entity, separate from human remains detection.
In continuing through your CV, I'm looking at page 4 on Exhibit 75. Do you have any certifications as it relates to human remains detection?
Yes. So whatever cadaver or human remains detection dog I'm working, once they're grown and ready to be in the field, I participate also, and I am tested and certified once a year to demonstrate the dog's proficiency. And that test is single blind, which means the certifying official places the height of the remains, and I work it unknown and identify with my dog where it is at, and it's odor recognition.
So I'll come back in a little bit to proficiency testing. When you first obtain a new canine, what is the process on how you start training the dog?
Okay. So it's evolved over the years, just like anything else. So the dog that was utilized in this case, Canine Moxie, her mother was brought in to rescue a pure German Shepherd, and the Madison Police Department evaluated her to possibly take her on as a police dog. She didn't want to bite anyone, which is great. So one of my colleagues took her and started her training in scent-specific trailing and in human remains detection. When Talia was brought into rescue, who I volunteer and help to the best of my ability when potential working dogs come through Wisconsin, Shepherds, Malinois, that sort of thing, I try to help place them in a working placement. And Talia came into rescue pregnant, and she had a litter of 9 or 10 puppies. And so whenever one of my working cadaver dogs is getting older, I begin the process again. After this one, I'm done. And so I had a working human remains detection dog, Canine Molly, and she was about 7 or 8. So I went and looked at the puppies that Talia had produced, and I was given the impression by everybody involved that we thought they were going to be all black German Shepherds, which is my wheelhouse at the time. And I brought someone along, another trainer, and we selected Moxie at 8 weeks old. So I brought her home earmarked to start her training in human remains detection only. She turned out not to.
I appreciate that. Attorney Thompson, go ahead and ask another question.
Thank you. Ms. Gumman, do you see what's marked as State's Exhibit number 168 on your screen?
Yes.
And what does Exhibit 168 show?
It's a picture of Canine Moxie and I in Texas after our first certification.
I would move Exhibit 168 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to Exhibit 168?
Your Honor, in the name of God, I just want to go lay down. I'm not well.
All right, Exhibit 168 will be received. Any objection to its publication, Mr. Lychwick? All right, Exhibit 168 will be able to be used with the jury.
Thank you, Judge. And just for the record as well, all of these exhibits have previously been turned over to Mr. Lychwick, but he doesn't have papers with him, so I'm providing him paper copies. The exhibits I'll be using with Ms. Gumman going forward are 75, 76, 177 through 87, 165 through 167, and now 168. And I would ask then, Madam Clerk, if you could please turn on the screen for the courtroom.
The record will reflect that those paper exhibits have been provided to Mr. Lychwick.
And there are no staples. I took those out.
Thank you.
Okay. Is this you and Moxie in Texas then, as you discussed?
Yes.
Okay. And is Moxie still working, or has she been retired?
She retired in December of 25 at 12.
Okay. Now, once you have Moxie, and we'll use Moxie as the specific example because she is the dog that you used in this case here. So once you have obtained Moxie, how do you start that process of being able to detect the odor of human remains?
First of all, you have to use human remains, so we obtain anatomically donated, legally, human remains in different stages of decomposition. When they're young, I like to let them grow up a little bit till they're about 9 to 12 months. And in the meantime, you're just establishing what their reward or favorite toy is. And you're also imprinting where whenever they smell the odor, it's a positive experience. You feed them treats. I do 90 days to an indication once they hit about a year, depending upon the maturity of the dog. So the first 30 days would simply have the remains out in some high grass and the wind's blowing in her face, and I take her favorite toy, which is a ball, tennis ball, and lob it to the aide and give her the command to go find. She ranges out, gets to the toy, and is having a positive experience around the odor. And we do that for about 30 days. Usually it's 2 sessions, 15 days. When she's showing the ability to range out, and that's starting, and you're moving different areas, different aids, you then move to the next 30 days, which is now the toy is being concealed with the aid, and you're giving her that same picture of holding her and giving her a command to go find. And the ball is not cueing her or being lobbed at the odor, but she runs out anyhow. She finds the toy again. And another good experience, making that the positive. On the final 30 days, you identify what you want your trained final response to be, which is, in her case, a sit. Some dogs down, some bark, some touch. I do a sit. I've taught that to her at a close distance and then worked a little range from it. Now I have the toy again. The aid is out there. I give her my same picture of go find. She gets to the source. The toy's not there, but she then looks and I tell her to sit and she gets her toy at source again. So when that becomes proficient, then you begin to teach mini problems and then it just progresses from there.
Now, once the proficiency of the dog is established, does that mean that at this point the dog is detecting the odor and not looking for that toy or that specific item that you were initially starting the proficiency training with?
The toy is now with me, and so while we're searching, she's out ranging, and she knows this is of high value, this odor, and it's the odor of human remains that's the only thing she gets paid or rewarded for.
Are there, or is there, a different reward toy if she works but does not give a trained final response?
Because of the nature of the work of cadaver work or human remains detection work, which is often a lot of elimination work, I work my dogs for a short period of time, and regardless of if they give an indication or they find anything, they get that toy and they get a break to play. Then we take the toy away and ask them to go to work again. And I find that supports the dog maintaining a full day of working. And also the dog has no reason to false indicate because she knows she gets paid for working, not finding and sitting.
Okay. Have there been times in Moxie's career where she has given you, during these searches, the trained final response?
Yes.
Are there times in Moxie's career where, as she's working during these searches, she does not give a trained final response?
Yes.
Okay. Now, once the proficiency training is completed, then do you then move to the stage of certification of the dog?
Yes.
And can you tell me, how does a canine become certified in human remains detection?
The certification entity that I participate in as a handler is National Narcotic Detector Dog. My first year I went to Texas where a master trainer is, and that person sets out human remains in different environments. There's different categories. There's hidden, buried, rubble, exposed. The list goes on. And to certify, you have to complete at least 3 fines and no false alerts. The dog cannot urinate or eat the remains. Sorry. Usually my certifications, there's about 4 to 5 areas that I search and locate in. And I do that once a year for a certification.
When was Moxie first certified as a canine in human remains detection?
She first certified she was born in 2013, the fall of 2015.
Okay. And up until the time that she retired, had she been successfully recertified each year since?
Yes.
And on or about November 19th of 2024, did Moxie still have, or was she still certified?
Yes.
During these proficiency trainings that we talked about with the NNDDA, as part of those scenes, are there times where there are no human remains present?
During testing?
Yes, during testing.
During the certification, there's no blank area.
Okay.
You search, nothing, 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 find something. Search, nothing, 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 find something.
Okay, so the placebo that I'm talking about, is that maybe more for proficiency training?
Yeah, your regular monthly maintenance training you may have where you have an area and you don't know if there's anything in it or not.
When you are attending the certification trainings, specifically a handler, not an official, as a handler, are you given any information about the areas in which Moxie is expected to search as part of her training?
Yes, usually an area is marked off as this stretch of rubble or this 1 acre of woods.
Are you, as the handler, specifically told where in the woods or where in the rubble the human remains are?
No.
Why is that?
The testing needs to see what you as a team can proficiently locate and identify that the dog knows its odor and that you read your dog to say, yes, they're on it.
So during these certification trainings and searches then, not only is Moxie being evaluated, but also you as the handler, are you being graded as well?
You and that dog become a certified team. So Moxie and I were certified together each year. Someone couldn't slip in, and they could probably work her, but they were not certified with her. So, yes.
What is your role then as the handler when Moxie is searching an area? What are you just standing there, or are you making observations of your own or something else?
Depends on the area. I like to work them off lead as much as I can, but sometimes we have to have them on lead for safety purposes. And
I'm sorry, let me interrupt you. What do you mean by on lead?
We usually have them off lead, but if they're on lead, they may be on a leash, a 6-foot or a 15-foot long line. And that's to keep them out of traffic or what other issues there are.
Okay. Now, when you are, as a handler, when you're observing Moxie, are you also responsible for interpreting any behaviors that you see her engaging in?
All dogs have what I call tells before the trained final response, and every dog has a different cadence. Some dogs may make an audible snort and then hesitate and then perform. Some may have a flag of their tail different. Their cadence can change from forward to a 90-degree, investigating, and then an indication. So you really learn that dog's body language that cannot be cued prior to the indication, and that is something the dog naturally does.
And what does Moxie's tell, if you will, before her trained final response, if she gives one?
Some of Moxie's tells would have been, I could hear an audible snort. She may be going, moving forward and then turn hard left or hard right. Nose drops down to investigate. And then for her, she would, prior to an indication, almost always make eye contact with me, probably to see if I was watching her or if I had caught up to her, and it was just part of our dance.
What is Moxie's trained final response then?
Moxie's is a sit.
Okay. And the eye contact happens first and then she sits?
Most often, yes.
Okay. Now, when you are acting as a handler with when Moxie is searching, are there times where a dog may show, or where you have seen Moxie show those tells in an area or over an item or object, but not alert to it?
Yes.
What would be some of the reasons why a dog might, come to an object or an area and show those tells, but not actually alert?
It could be that they're investigating something that is not human remains, so they have to check it and they move on. It could be it's not strong enough for that dog's threshold indication. It could be that the dog is checking the area to try to, in dog world we say they drive to odor. They're trying to get to the closest, strongest odor they can get to. Those would be the most common.
Sorry, I'm just writing a note here. Thank you. What is the command that you give Moxie when you want her to start searching?
Go find.
Okay. And do you have a command for her to give a final trained response?
No. When she's young and learning the program, we give them the sit or the down, and they get paid for it. But you work to a proficiency where you don't ask that of them anymore. Or if you're going to do that, it's what I call alert work, where I want to polish them. So once a month, we'll go out, and it's all about, you smell this odor, I need you to sit, just to tighten it up. But I don't actually have a command for that, because either she's going to commit to it or not.
And that's not something that when you're out in the field doing an actual search with law enforcement, let's say, you are not the one telling her, or you don't have the ability to tell her, give a trained final response right here.
No, because she has the nose, not me.
We've talked about human remains detection, but as part of that proficiency training, are dogs trained to recognize or separate out the smells of animal remains versus human remains?
Yes.
Okay. And in all of your years with Moxie, has she ever given a trained final response on animal remains?
Not that I can recall.
You mentioned it a little bit earlier. You mentioned the phrase false alert. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the American Academy of Forensic Science?
Yes.
Are you a member? Are you certified through them? Or how are you familiar with that organization?
During my journey in this work, American Academy of Forensic Science is several categories of different uses in investigating. So there might be tire mark impression people and blood spatter people, and detection dogs is one of them. The people that advise on it are scientists and dog trainers. And so there is this entity that kind of like talks about best practices, industry standard, terminology.
Is there a definition of the term false alert that is provided by this American Academy of Forensic Science?
A false alert is identified as when you're absolutely certain the odor the dog is trained in is not present. The dog gives its trained final response, and the certified handler says, yep, this is a hit.
Okay, so it would be possible for a dog to hit on a object or a location where there are no human remains, or the odor would not be there, but it only gets counted as a false alert if the handler confirms and says, yes, that is a trained final response.
Yes.
Okay. Has Moxie ever had a false alert in your experience with her during trainings?
Oh, not that I can recall.
Okay. Is that more difficult to tell maybe when you're out in the field because you let Moxie go and this is not like a training where you know exactly where the odor would be placed?
Correct. In the field, we're just there to collect information, so I can never say if she's right or wrong. I just have to articulate where she indicates if she does, and if she doesn't, that's okay too.
At that point, then, it would be up to the law enforcement agencies who are investigating, whatever they're investigating, to be able to either corroborate that or they look at the evidence they have to see if there are any consistencies with the location where Moxie gave her trained final response and what they know about their investigation.
Yes.
Okay. I have one final kind of general question before moving on to a specific search with Moxie. Over the years, as a human remains detector handler, have you received training about how long the odor of human remains can remain in a space?
I have anecdotal experiences and then some science in the back of my head, but it's not coming to me. In an indoor environment, the odor of human remains can last a very long time because there's no wind, no rain, no ventilation to get that odor out. In an outdoor environment, the odor of human remains will last, but probably not as long as indoors. And a lot would depend on how long it was there and in what condition.
Hypothetically, let's say you have a scene where there was either a gunshot wound or a stabbing. In that case, would you expect the odor to be stronger based on the amount of fluids in those particular kinds of traumatic injuries?
Comparing that to a strangulation, there would be a lot more biological that spills out and gets into the ground or into the air, into in an indoor environment, the floor, the carpet, that sort of thing.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention then to November 19th of 2024. And Madam Clerk, if you could just turn on the screen in front of the witness, please. Were you contacted by a detective with the City of Waukesha Police Department to assist in a death investigation?
Yes.
And was that location 1512 East North Street in the City of Waukesha?
Yes.
Once you were contacted by this detective, were you, or did you agree to assist by bringing Moxie to this scene?
Yes.
Okay. So now on November 19th of 2024, when you arrive at 1512 East North, what do you do once you arrive on scene?
Arrangements were made to meet at the address, and when I first got there, I didn't want to take her into the area until I gave her a break because we had driven quite a while. So I parked on the sidewalk in front of the facility, or I'm sorry, the building, and had her go potty just there on the terrace, and then relocated once I talked to the detectives to where to put my vehicle.
Okay. Where did you end up leaving your vehicle?
I pulled into the parking lot, and I would have been facing southwest.
Okay, and I have up on the screen in front of you State's Exhibit 1, which has previously been admitted. Is this an aerial view of 1512 East North where you went with Moxie on the 19th?
Yes.
Okay, so can you, that screen in front of you is actually a touch screen. If you could circle where the general area is that you first parked,
Okay.
and then where you ended up moving your vehicle before Moxie got out.
And I use this?
Yes, please.
Approximate.
Okay. And then, I'm sorry, there's an arrow and there's a circle.
I don't know why that happened.
Okay, let's try again. Madam Clerk, can you erase the screen? And actually for this one, since it's already been admitted, can you please turn the screens on for the jury again? I apologize.
All right, exhibit number 1 will be published again.
Okay, now in looking at Exhibit 1, can you please first circle where you first parked when you arrived on scene?
I believe it was like right in there. On the sidewalk and terrace, not in the road.
Okay, then where did you move your car prior to Moxie getting out to perform a search?
I think I did it right in there.
Okay.
So the first green marking was along East North Street. The second green marking was in the small grouping of trees just to the northeast of the apartment building.
Thank you, Judge. I would ask that this be captured as 1C, I believe we are on for this exhibit.
We will use this as 1C then. Wait for my clerk to verify the capture.
Now, when Moxie gets out of the car, does she immediately just start running around a property or field or wherever you guys end up?
No.
Okay, what is the process of how you get Moxie ready for a search or let her know it's time to go to work when she gets out of the car?
Try to have a routine, put a vest on her for visibility, and either hold on to her, get a reward toy, kind of point to the area. If we were in a field, I would just simply tuck the toy away and say, go find, and she would start ranging out. If there's a safety issue, then I have her usually on a long line, 15 feet the longest, or a leash.
Okay, and in this case, were there any safety concerns that made you decide to keep Moxie on a lead?
Oh, yes. The road, that East-North Street, is very busy. So I had to start the initial sniff effort with her on a leash.
Okay. Is there anything about having her on a leash that allows you to somehow send her a message that give a trained formal response in this location?
No.
Okay. Now, once Moxie gets out of the car and you put the vest on for visibility, did you do that in this case?
I don't recall. Most likely.
Okay. Then, once she is on the lead, do you tell her, go find?
I then say to her, go find, and she begins to move about and either begins to follow odor or just starts casting, like almost like a hunting dog.
What do you mean by casting?
Casting would be, you'll see a dog out in a field catching the smell of something. They may go far left and then cut across far right, their head's up, and it's a natural cadence they use to scent.
Is it almost the way you were moving your hand in front of the jury, almost like a snake or a serpentine style?
Yeah, it's like a triangle that the dog is bouncing from one edge of across it to the other edge.
Okay. Now, when you arrived on scene in this particular case on North Street, how much information from the City of Waukesha detectives that were there did you know about the investigation?
The initial information I received was that body had been located on this property. They only believed that, they said they believed it had been there a while. How long, I don't know. And so I explained, if you want me to help with any information, you need to understand the dog is going to indicate where this body most likely was last at, because that odor's still going to be there, given how short a time frame between when it was located and when I was there.
Did law enforcement tell you where that body was specifically discovered?
I knew it was outside, up in the woods. I don't recall if I knew exactly where it was. I can't remember.
Okay. Is that generally something you may not want to know prior to starting the search?
I prefer to go into searches with enough information to know how to get the dog into an area. But I prefer not to know a lot. It just feels more authentic for me.
Okay. So now Moxie is out of the car. And before I do that, Madam Clerk, can you turn on the screen just for the witness, please? Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 76. As I'm scrolling through it, it's a 3-page document. Do you recognize Exhibit 76?
Yes.
After a search in which you're assisting law enforcement, do you prepare a report of any findings or final responses that Moxie or any other dog you're handling made?
I record in a police-style report what I did. Whether the dog gives indications or not, I just document the areas that were the dog had its nose in and any information like that.
Do you also include times of any changes in or any of those tells or any trained final responses?
Always try to record the time starting, and then if there are any trained final responses, to try to capture as close to the time it occurs as possible.
Why is that necessary?
I find that through years of working the dogs, more specifically in an indoor environment, they're either going to get it right away or not. And I don't want to stay in a space too long for the dog to inadvertently think, oh, Mama wants me to do X, Y, or Z. So I have a routine, and if we don't get anything, we're done, and we move on to the next thing. And the articulation is the dog is not indicating that it's getting the odor of human remains. It's not eliminated. It's just the dog's not identifying anything.
Okay. Now, I'm showing you on your screen a 14-page packet of photographs marked Exhibits 77 through 87 and then 165 through 167. I'm going to scroll through these and then I'll have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
Have you seen the location in these photos prior to today's date?
I've physically been there. I guess I don't understand the question.
I'm sorry. I'll reword it. Thank you for clarifying. The photos in Exhibit 77 through 87 and 165 through 167, are those various locations of the property of 1512 East North?
Based off of my recollection, they are, yes.
Okay. Now, do those photos then also document the areas of the property in which you observed Moxie give a trained final response during her search on the 19th of November?
Many of the photos do, yes.
Okay. Now, 165 through 167, those were photos of the underground garage of 1512 East North. Is that correct?
Yes.
And these photos were taken not at the time of Moxie's search. Is that correct?
I don't recall pictures being taken while we were sniffing the area.
Okay.
I believe they called someone, and while I was still on scene, someone came and took some.
Is this, even though you weren't the one taking photos, do you recognize this garage as an area in which Moxie gave a trained final response?
Yes.
Okay. I would move exhibits 77 through 87 and 165 through 167 and 76 into evidence.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to 76 through 87 and 165 through 167? The defendant is not giving any response. Those exhibits will be admitted into evidence.
Okay. Now, once Moxie is out of the car and you give the go find command, where does she go first on the property?
From the parking lot, she moved across it to like a concrete steps that went up a hillside. And then she pulled to what I would describe as the east along the top of the landscape wall of the parking lot, got to an area along the wooded area, and dropped her nose down, sniffed, turned around, and gave me her trained final response that she detected the odor of human remains.
On the screen in front of you, and Madam Clerk, this can be turned on for everyone, please. I'm showing you what has previously been admitted as State's Exhibit number 7. Now, Ms. Gumman, when you were on scene on November 19th, is it fair to say that this pile of sticks smack in the middle of Exhibit 7 was not there?
I don't recall those sticks being there.
Okay, so if I were to tell you this was a photo taken from October 30th of 2024 that someone else has already testified to, that would not be the same date as your search, is that correct?
Correct.
But does Exhibit 7 show the correct area of the property in which Moxie gave her first trained final response?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see in here that kind of retaining wall or the driveway area that you referenced?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at this point, you still have Moxie on a lead, is that right?
Yes.
Because of the road being so close to where she is?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you notice any of her tells before she gave a trained final response?
I'd have to review the report.
And that would be Exhibit 76 that you've testified to. So I'll direct your attention then to this middle paragraph here, starting with, I believe, the perimeter.
Should I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Okay. She was pulling me towards that wooded area, lowering her nose, and then she stopped very quickly, and I observed her put her nose to the soil, and then turn around, look directly at me, and conduct her trained final response.
Is her nose being down towards the soil of significance to you versus her nose in the air?
Yes.
Why?
If she is at a distance from a source of human remains odor and just by the wind currents, she will keep her head high, and she may give a trained final response, but I know she's not on it because she's facing somewhere, turns around, and indicates. Whereas if she's dropped her nose to a specific spot, then conducts her trained final, I have to assume there's either source there or the strongest amount of odor for her.
And that's what Moxie is always looking for, the closest, strongest odor of human remains?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what was the time that you gave the command to go find?
I started at 1:10 p.m. and she gave her train final response approximately 1:11 p.m.
Is that, in your world, a very quick train final response, or is there any significance to that approximate minute in which it took her to give a trained final response?
At that point in Moxie's career, that she really knows her odors and knows her job. So that was very quick for the average cadaver dog. And for her, it was normal.
Okay.
Attorney Thompson, would now be a good time to take a short break?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, we're going to take a short break here. The court has a hard stop at about 11:50 this morning, so you're going to get lunch around 11:50. So if we take a break now, we'll go for another 50 minutes or so this morning.
Okay.
So I will excuse the jury at this time.
All right, Jerry?
Thank you. You may be seated. Ma'am, you can step down too. We are now outside the presence of the jury. I want to just make a record. We're breaking, as I said, about 10:52 this morning. The court will make a following record. Every other time that this court has had Mr. Lychwick in court, Mr. Lychwick has been attentive, alert. He's participated. He's interjected. He's raised objections. He's made motions to adjourn the trial. He's motioned for his attorneys to withdraw. He's protested the proceedings. He has always been alert. He has always complained about his medical situation. He's complained about his housing in the jail, but he's always participated in court. Yesterday, the defendant was alert. He was asking questions. He was writing notes. He was participating. He was dressed in civilian clothes. His hair was in a bun. He was looking appropriate. He was alert the entire day, which was a long day. We had jury selection. We had openings. He chose not to ask questions in voir dire. However, he did exercise his strikes and exercise them in an appropriate manner. He participated in his opening. He asked some questions of some witnesses, and he declined asking questions of witnesses that, frankly, the court found was appropriate because in the court's mind, from what I've seen so far, the defendant wouldn't have been challenging the testimony of those witnesses anyway. Today, the defendant looks more disheveled. He is refusing to get dressed. He has been sitting all morning with his eyes closed. He is perfectly still. Whoever has the electronic device that keeps going off needs to step out of the courtroom and turn that off, please. I watched him for quite a bit of the testimony this morning. Despite sitting in his wheelchair for most of the morning with his head pitched slightly forward, I never observed the defendant's head nodding forward. I never heard it or observed his head falling backwards. His upper body remained perfectly still. There was no outward indication that the defendant was sleeping. At one point, the defendant crossed his arms in front of him. There were a few times when I spoke loudly enough and caught his attention, and that is how I would characterize it. The defendant popped his eyes open, seemingly surprised. The defendant did that a few times. Eventually, the defendant has decided to just not pop his eyes open, not respond to the court in any outward physical manner. And then eventually the defendant started responding to the court with his eyes completely closed. So he didn't go through the what I would characterize as a ruse of being startled awake and opening his eyes. He just kept his eyes closed and addressed the court. The defendant did not open his eyes at all to view any of the exhibits up on the screen. There is water on the counsel table available for him to drink to refresh himself. He has not taken a drink from that water. He has not moved in his chair. And the court has continued speaking loudly enough when addressing Mr. Lychwick that anybody who would legitimately be sleeping would be awakened by the court. So the court finds that Mr. Lychwick is continuing to intentionally not participate in his defense. The court does not believe that Mr. Lychwick is sleeping, even though he is sitting in his chair, not responding to the court, not making any movements, not opening his eyes. We will continue with Mr. Lychwick seated in his wheelchair because he is not disruptive to the court. He is not interrupting the ordinary proceedings of the court. So the court sees no reason to remove him at this time. We will continue with Mr. Lychwick seated in court. At this time, the court will be on a break until 11:05. Lychwick matter. The appearances are the same. I'll inquire of my deputies, did Mr. Lychwick request a break back to the facilities?
I asked him several times. He did acknowledge me that he's comfortable where he's at, and he's just happy that he's not throwing up or having to use the bathroom this time.
Okay, so my deputy inquired if Mr. Lychwick wanted to use the facilities. He indicated he did not. He was happy where he was at and was just happy that he was not throwing up or otherwise sick. Mr. Lychwick is seated once again in his chair with his arms crossed, his head down, his eyes closed, like he was prior to the break. So we will continue. We'll bring the jury in. Okay.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. You may be seated. Ms. Gilman, you remain under oath. Attorney Thompson, you may proceed.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen in front of, or for everyone? And also, while we were on break, Ms. Gilman, I provided a paper copy of your report that's been admitted as Exhibit 76. That way you can refer to that if you need to as we go through the other final responses in this case while keeping the photographs up for the jury. Now, we were just finishing talking about the first trained final response on that footpath in that wooded area by the retaining wall across from the parking lot. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And in that search, or in that response, had Moxie had her nose to the ground?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this initial sniff, is that conducted to allow Moxie to find the area that had the strongest odor of human remains?
Yes.
Okay.
Attorney Thompson, just to interrupt, sorry, I don't believe the state moved for publication of the exhibits that were introduced through Ms. Gilman. Are you so moving for those?
I would ask to publish those previously received exhibits now that we are at that point.
So that would be the photographs 77 through 87 and 165 through 167?
That is correct.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have any objection to the publication of those exhibits that have already been marked as evidence?
As I told you, Your Honor, I'm not up to being here today. I protest.
That is noted. Those exhibits may be used with the jury.
Okay, thank you. Now, moving to exhibit number 77, once that trained final response is observed on the foot trail, do you and Moxie then enter that ground level parking garage?
Yes.
Do you take her off the lead while she's in the garage?
Yes.
Okay. Now, exhibit 77, is this when you first walk into the garage and you're looking to your left?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 78, is that the same angle, just brighter, and now we're moving into that room that was first on the left?
Yes.
Is that, or was it described to you as like a boiler room or a maintenance room?
Yes.
When you walked inside, did that appear to be consistent with what you saw in that room?
Yes.
Okay. So now Moxie is off lead. Do you give her the go find command into this boiler room?
No.
What do you do?
We start at the entrance to the garage doors of this parking ramp or underground parking. and I gave her a command to go find. And she was off lead. She ranged out. She circled around in the garage one time, and I just always try to move along so I can observe her. And then she tucked in on her own into that room. And as I began to move in that direction to catch sight of her, she stepped out, made direct eye contact with me, and gave her trained final response, basically in the door frame.
Okay. Now, if we move to Exhibit 79, is that a view of inside of the boiler room or the maintenance room?
From that doorway looking directly in, that's the picture of that.
Okay. And you said that Moxie gave her trained final response in the doorway of this room?
Yes.
Did she give any trained final responses inside of this room?
So based off of missing whatever it was in that room by her moving so quickly in there, I walked into the room and started moving around with her. I don't recall if I said go find again. By this point, we're kind of automatic. And she went and started sniffing and dropped her nose under that workbench and back out, made eye contact, and gave me her trained final response.
In going to Exhibit 81, is this a brighter version of Exhibit number 79 that we just looked at?
Yes.
Okay, and can you circle for me on the screen the area in which Moxie's trained final response was?
Yes.
It relates to the workbench.
I would say that's approximate.
Okay. Can we please capture this and label it as 81A?
We will do that. We'll capture it with a green circle. It'll take a moment for my clerk to double check it.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, was there another location in this boiler room where you observed Moxie give a trained final response?
Yes. After that indication, I began to move through the space more methodically with her. She was self-sniffing, but moved past the workbench, and then in that far corner, there's remnants of carpet. She dropped her nose underneath. I don't recall if she snorted or not, but she backed right out, looked at me, and gave her trained final response.
Okay. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, thank you. Going back to Exhibit 80, is this now the corner of the boiler room in which you were just talking about with the carpet remnants?
Yes.
Okay. And, I'm sorry, I don't have a brighter version of this one. But if I make the screen larger, in that back corner there, you see all those rolled up carpets?
Yes.
Can you circle on Exhibit 80 where you saw Moxie give her trained final response?
Approximately that green circle.
Okay. Can we please screen capture this and mark it as Exhibit 80A, please?
We will make this 80A.
Once Moxie gives this trained final response, does she end up leaving this boiler room?
We continued a methodical movement through that room. She did not indicate anywhere else in the room, and we exited out to move through the rest of the garage.
And is it fair to say that Moxie is guiding herself? You're not telling her where to go. Is that fair?
I prefer to always let them first commit to odor by giving their trained final response. And if I think I can, I'll try to methodically move with her in a detailing format to see if we can get closer to whatever it is that's the human remains odor for her. So everything she does is independent. Unless she gives a trained final, then I do work a little harder with her on trying to get to where it might be coming from.
Okay. Now moving then to Does Moxie go through the garage at all?
Yes.
Okay, and if I move to exhibit number 167, we're kind of coming back to exhibit 77 where we're at the threshold of the underground garage door, and that door there is for the boiler room that we just saw photos of. Is that the correct orientation of this photo?
Yes.
Okay, so then as Moxie is independently coming out of that boiler room, do you observe her go through the garage?
Yes.
Okay, now in exhibit 167, we see the door of the boiler room, and then 166 is the okay. In exhibit 166, is this the part of the garage that's facing North Street, from what you can remember?
No, I think, I got disoriented, like where our cardinal directions are. I thought the back of the garage, as we're looking at it, was more parallel with, is it Westmoreland? Or
Moreland Boulevard.
Moreland Boulevard. That's where I thought it was.
Okay,
I might be wrong.
No, that's okay. But this is the underground garage. As it continues, it's on the same side of the boiler room. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Then, if we go to 165, is this, if you're standing in the threshold of the garage, you're looking to the right?
Correct.
Okay. Does Moxie walk throughout the entirety of this garage?
Yes.
Does she give any trained final responses in this garage?
She did.
Where?
In this picture, where would you like me to start?
I'll start here.
Okay.
Since she came out this doorway.
So she moved along, passing dumpsters that were there. I don't know if those were the exact dumpsters. I don't know what cars were there. And then she moved between the gray car and the wall. She moved along the wall. She ended up giving a trained final response in that vacant portion in the back area of the parking stalls.
Can you circle for me?
To the best of my ability, it was not that car, and it was somewhere approximately around that pillar, but not that car.
Okay. Can we please screen capture 166 and mark it as that, as letter A?
That will be included into the record as Exhibit 166A.
Now, you indicated that to the best of your recollection, this area in 166A, that parking stall or that area was empty on that date of your search. Is that correct?
From what I recall, there wasn't a vehicle right there.
Okay. Now, does Moxie then continue along that wall and go to the opposite side of the garage?
I would have gotten her going again, knowing
Okay.
that we're just looking for information. And so we moved along that back far wall with no indication from Moxie that she detected the odor of human remains. And then we came along this wall and whatever was in the area, and she conducted another trained final response in this area.
This is now Exhibit 165 that's on the screen.
Thank you. And can you, to the best of your recollection, can you circle, please, where Moxie gave a trained final response in Exhibit 165?
I thought there was some stuff there, and it was in that area, is what I recollect.
Okay. Can we please screen capture 165 and mark it as letter A, please?
That will be part of the record as 165A.
From the garage, did you then go inside of the apartment building at 1512 East North?
Yes.
Did you specifically go to apartment number 13?
Yes.
How did you get from the garage threshold here to apartment 13?
We exited the garage door, and we again went along that side of the building, up a staircase, and made entry on what I would describe as the west side of the building.
Okay, so if we're looking at Exhibit 1, which I have in front of you, if I'm following my cursor, are you walking around North Street here, up the side then of Moreland?
No,
Okay, can you draw for me your path once you left the garage?
we would have gone in right about there.
Okay, so the door right up at the top of those concrete steps?
Yes.
Okay, now as you are walking up those steps, once you're in the building, is there a long hallway?
From what I recollect, yes.
Okay, and so do you give Moxie the go find command prior to going into apartment 13?
I did not.
Okay. Now, once you're inside apartment 13,
Clear the screen.
oh, I'm sorry. I'm going back to exhibit. We'll start with exhibit 83. Now, when you open the door to apartment 13, is this the view that you have when you're still in the threshold of the doorway?
Yes.
Okay, and it appears that if you go down the hallway, it leads to a bedroom. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you go straight to the left, where we see that orange iron on the counter, would that be the kitchen of this apartment?
Yes.
Did Moxie give a trained final response in the kitchen of apartment 13?
Yes.
Okay. How did you observe that happen?
Entered the apartment, would have had the door closed behind me, released her from leash, gave her a command to go find, and she is allowed to move about freely. And she ended up moving through the apartment and stopping near the kitchen sink. And then with her head more up, she gave a trained final response that she detected the odor of human remains.
We've been talking about her trained final responses with her nose to the ground. So did it make any difference to you that her head was slightly upwards in this trained final response?
To me, it's she's doing the best she can. This is what she can give me, but she's not specific to anything around that area. So it lends itself, it's either fainter, older, or there's nothing she can put her nose on.
If we go to, going backwards a little bit, but exhibit 82, do you recognize this area of the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay, and was her trained final alert underneath inside this cabinet, or because her nose was in the air, was it more of the area?
It initially was the area.
Okay.
Yes.
Did she give a trained final response then in a more specific area of the kitchen?
I don't recall how we got those cupboard doors open. I most likely would have asked somebody if we can open them. And once the doors were open, she did again indicate, but nothing very pronounced, giving her trained final response to the odor of human remains.
Okay. Then as we go back to that front hallway at the threshold of the door, and we continue down the hallway, exhibit 84 is a closer up version of exhibit of the one we just saw going towards the bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And once Moxie is inside that bedroom, does she give any trained final responses?
She self-initiated going in there. She did extend her nose up to an empty dresser area up higher and conducted her trained final response that she detected the odor of human remains.
Okay. Once you are finished in apartment 13, is there any other location on the property where Moxie is taken?
We did an exterior around the actual building, and she did not indicate around the building to the fact that she detected the odor of human remains. And then we went up the concrete stairs to the northwest, and I took her off traffic lead, and she pushed forward again, and then she cut more into the woods. And as I was following her, she dropped her nose down along a log, nose straight down, and then turned around and gave me direct eye contact and conducted a trained final response that she detected the odor of human remains.
Okay. I'm showing you on the screen now what has previously been admitted as State's Exhibit number 19. And do you recall seeing, strike that. We see concrete stairs more towards the left of Exhibit 19. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are these the stairs that you came out of the building on?
We used those stairs to go in the building, came back out, and then used one more time to get up the hill.
Okay. And then this is the hill that you're referencing?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we look further to the right of Exhibit 19, that's the direction where we're going higher up this hill. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then at the top of that hill, is there a clearing area?
There was some area that had been maybe cleaned up from brush.
Okay. Now, in going then to Exhibit 85, are we now looking up the hill that we just looked at in State's Exhibit 19?
We are looking to the almost north.
Okay. And if you can see my cursor here, circling the top left corner, is that the top of the hill that we are going to be talking about with Moxie's last trained final response?
Yes.
Okay. Now, moving on to Exhibit 86, now we're more centered and we will go up this hill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. 87, is this now the top of the hill?
Yes.
Is Moxie off lead at this point?
Yes.
At what point was she given the go find command? Was it at the bottom of the hill or when she got to the top or something else?
We got to the top of the stairs, got her a little bit away from traffic, released her and said, go find.
And so she went up this hill herself?
Yes.
And she's detecting or trying to detect the strongest odor of human remains?
In that area, yes.
Okay. Now, once Moxie is in this area that we see in Exhibit 87, do you see her nose towards the ground or up in the air?
She was moving forward. As I caught up, I observed that she had stopped her forward motion, dropped her nose down, and was sniffing along a log. She then looked at me and conducted her trained final response that she detected the odor of human remains.
Can you circle for me on Exhibit 87 where Moxie gave her trained final response in this area?
To the best of my ability, it's that green circle against the wooded area.
Can we please screen capture this and mark it as Exhibit 87A?
It will be captured. Please wait just a minute to confirm the capture.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Gumman, we've talked about a lot of different areas of the 1512 East North property where you observed Moxie give a trained final response. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did you find, and let me make sure I'm very specific with this question, after Moxie gives a trained final response, do you go to the area of that response to see if there are in fact any human remains?
Whenever she gives a trained final response, I'm up by her to look around and observe if I see anything. That is correct.
In any of these responses, when you were by Moxie, did you see any human remains in any of these areas?
I saw no human remains.
Now, if I were to tell you that that first photograph that we observed, or that photograph of the footpath area where Moxie gave her first trained final response, if I were to tell you that there had been human remains located in that location that had been there for approximately 6 to 7 months, what, based on your training and experience, would that tell you about the intensity or quickness of Moxie hitting in that particular area?
Based off of my life experience, I would guess that there was still bits of odor from the body decomposing into the soil, and for Moxie's nose, she could detect the odor of human remains, and maybe at a much finer tune level than anything laboratories can use to prove it.
So if human remains were found, let's say October 30th of 2024, and now Moxie is hitting in that area on November 19th of 2024, that odor could still be in the soil? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
What if somebody were to, after the remains were removed, walk through that area? Would the odor attach to something maybe that person is wearing?
Yes.
If someone were potentially gardening in that area, and let's say they take those gardening tools and put them back in the boiler room where you saw gardening tools, could the odor of those human remains follow that gardening item into that boiler room?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that Moxie is not detecting the odor of human remains of a specific person? Is that fair?
That is correct. They're trained to detect the odor of human remains. Upon death, we become generic human cadaver odor.
Okay. So, without finding any human remains as you were next to Moxie during her responses, and if I were to tell you that a body was not recovered in apartment 13, based on your training experience, how could you account for the fact that Moxie gives a trained final response in apartment 13 knowing there's no body there?
Based off the information that a body was decomposing for 6 to 7 months, for a human remains detection dog, everything is probably contaminated within that driveway, anybody that's been walking around in that area. And that was the only apartment we sniffed. So I couldn't say if everybody was contaminated by it, but it gets into everything.
Would the analogy of the smell of a skunk help explain this concept of the odor transferring between objects and being in a location where there were no human remains in the investigation?
The odor of human remains could be described for us humans, because our noses aren't like it, like a skunk. When you're driving along, you smell it as you get closer. You probably go past its carcass. You keep on going, and it takes a while to miss it. If you were to drive over a skunk or where it's just been killed, chances are your car's going to smell like it. So I think it is very safe to say that due to the time of that body staying outside near the driveway and all of the gardening and yard work that's being done, couldn't help but be carried into the building by whomever was around it.
So the fact that Moxie's responses in the garage, the boiler room, apartment 13, the fact that there were no human remains there, but in taking into account this concept that the odors can move with the objects, that doesn't mean her alerts were inaccurate in these locations where we know there were no human remains. Is that correct?
Detection dogs are trained to detect the odor of something. We would love for it to be source, but often it's just odor. So where that dog's threshold begins and ends, more mature, seasoned dog is going to be catching odor finer tuned, faster, more specific than maybe a brand new dog whose database hasn't grown as much. So she is trained to detect the odor of human remains. Would love to have source, but I can't control that part of it.
I do not have any other questions for this witness. Thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, this is your opportunity to ask cross-examination questions. Do you have any questions for this witness? All right, Mr. Lychwick is not acknowledging the court. Therefore, Ms. Gumman, you can step down. Thank you. Yes, I'll take that. Attorney Thompson, do you have another witness ready?
Yes, we do.
We do, Your Honor.
All right, Attorney Tom Bosco, you can call your next witness.
We call Detective Tyler Bauer.
Detective, you can come up to the witness stand. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by my clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
You can have a seat. When you situate yourself nice and close to the microphone and are ready, please start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
It's Detective Tyler Bauer, Tyler Tyler, Bauer Bauer.
Attorney Tom Bosco.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective. Are you a specialist at the Waukesha Police Department, sir?
I'm a detective.
Okay, so your rank is detective, sir. How long have you been in law enforcement, sir?
A little over 11 years.
And as it relates to your role in this case, were you assigned to help investigate the death of an individual in this case?
Yes, I was.
And that individual was Carlos Maldonado, is that right?
Correct.
And in the course of your work in this particular case, did you ever have any contact with Kevin Lychwick in this case?
I did.
And directing your attention to November 26th of 2024, did you assist with the execution of a search warrant at Mr. Lychwick's residence?
I did.
And for the record, Mr. Lychwick's residence is at 1512 East North Street, apartment number 11?
Correct.
And this was a unit that was rented by Mr. Lychwick, correct?
That's my understanding, correct.
And when you assisted with the execution of the search warrant for Mr. Lychwick's apartment, were you assigned to search a specific area?
I was.
Which area of his residence were you assigned to search specifically?
Specifically, I was tasked with his bedroom and then the living room area.
Turning your attention to the defendant's bedroom, was there a particular item on a chair next to the defendant's bed that stood out to you during your search?
Correct. There was a rope.
I'm sorry?
There was a rope.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was that rope ever photographed?
It was.
And if I showed you copies of several photographs of that rope, do you think you would recognize them here today in court?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, at this point, can we please just project this for the witness? Okay. Detective, are you able to see what's on the screen at this point?
I am.
Okay. And this has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 88. Is that right, sir?
Correct.
Do you recognize what is depicted in this photograph, sir?
Yes, I do.
Can you please describe it?
It appears to be a knotted up or tied white piece of rope around what appears to be a folding chair.
And this is the rope that you located in Mr. Lychwick's bedroom?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I now move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have any objection to the receipt of exhibit number 88? The defendant is refusing to acknowledge the court. Exhibit 88 is admitted.
Thank you. Now, Detective, turning your attention to what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 89, do you see that on your screen as well?
I do.
And can you please identify what is depicted on this photograph, sir?
Again, it appears to be a white rope knotted or tied on what appears to be the leg of a folding chair.
And this is the same rope that was recovered in Mr. Lychwick's bedroom, sir?
Correct.
Yeah, and I move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have any objection to the admission of exhibit 89? Mr. Lychwick is not acknowledging the court. Exhibit 89 will be admitted.
And Detective, I have one additional photo for you at this point. This has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 90. Do you see that on your screen as well, sir?
I do.
Okay. Can you please tell us what is depicted in this photograph as well?
Yeah, it appears to be a white rope, either knotted or tied. This looks like the back of the folding chair.
And Your Honor, I ask that this exhibit be received into evidence as well.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have an objection to exhibit 90 being received? The defendant is not acknowledging the court. Exhibit 90 is admitted.
Thank you. And at this point, I would ask permission to publish all three exhibits to the jury.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have an objection to publication of the exhibits? the defendant is not acknowledging the court, those exhibits may be used with the jury.
Detective, this is exhibit number 88?
Correct.
Okay. And this is exhibit number 89?
Correct.
And finally, this is exhibit that you justified to number 90. Is that right, sir?
Correct.
Thank you. Detective, do you know whether this actual white rope was collected specifically from the residence?
It was my understanding that it was collected.
And when a piece of evidence is collected pursuant to a search, what typically happens to that piece of evidence?
It would be brought back to the police department typically and property inventoried.
And is it sealed or in some way made sure that it is not contaminated in any manner?
Depending on the item, it would determine how it was sealed. Most likely with this, it would have been in a plastic sealed bag. However, it also could have been in paper as well.
And if I showed you that particular item, would you be able to recognize it, sir?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I do have two physical exhibits. I would ask permission to approach the witness to show the witness the exhibits.
You may approach. Make sure that Mr. Lychwick has an opportunity to view those first. Mr. Lychwick, would you like to see exhibits? Are they 91 and 92?
They are actually 145 and 145A. They're a little bit out of order.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like to view exhibits 145 and 145A? All right, Attorney Tombasco, you may approach the witness.
Thank you very much.
For the record, the witness has been given black latex gloves and a scissors as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, can you just look at exhibit number 145 and it states exhibit number 145A and just let me know if you recognize those two exhibits, sir?
Based on the description, it appears to be what we just talked about. However, I don't believe I was the one to package them.
I see. And those exhibits are sealed, is that correct, sir?
Correct.
And you have been provided with a copy of latex, or with a pair of latex gloves and a pair of scissors. Is that right, sir?
Correct.
And if you were to break the seal on those two particular pieces of evidence, do you think that would assist you in recognizing them, sir?
Yes, it could.
Yeah, I would ask at this point that the witness be allowed to cut open the exhibit and review it.
All right, the witness may proceed.
Okay. Sir, have you been able to break the seal in one or both of the exhibits, sir?
Exhibit 145.
Okay. Do you recognize that exhibit, sir?
Yes, it appears to be the white rope from the chair.
And that's the same rope that you observed in Mr. Lychwick's apartment?
Yes, it appears to be consistent, yes.
Yeah, I remove the exhibit into evidence, ask that it be received.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the receipt of exhibit 145? Hearing none, that will be received.
And Detective, I'd ask that you do the same thing with exhibit number 145A. And that has been done, sir?
Correct.
Do you recognize the what is depicted in exhibit 145A?
Yes, it appears again to be the white rope from the chair.
And this is from Mr. Lychwick's apartment as well, sir?
It appears to be consistent, yes.
Yeah, I'd ask that this exhibit be received into evidence as well.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the receipt of exhibit 145A? Hearing none, it will be received.
Thank you. Judge, at this point, I would ask that the witness be allowed to show both exhibits directly in front of the jury. If they could just do a walk, two passes back and forth so the jury can see it.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the use of the exhibits with the jury? All right, the detective will be permitted to use the exhibits both together with the jury.
And for clarity of the record, is that 145 that you have in your hand right now, sir?
Correct. This is 145.
Okay, thank you.
The record will reflect the witnesses walked back and forth in front of the jury with 145. And he has now done the same with 145A.
Thank you very much. Detective, based on your role in this particular investigation, what, if anything, is the significance of those two pieces of rope that you just displayed for the jury?
It's my understanding that the rope on the chair was consistent with the rope located on the decedent.
Detective, you just testified regarding your role in the search of the defendant's bedroom. Did you also participate in a search of the defendant's living room?
Yes, I did.
And did you locate any items of significance to you during your search of the defendant's living room?
Yes, I did.
And can you please tell the jury what were those items that you located?
There were numerous files, photographs, articles in the living room area, either outside or inside file cabinets, or something of that similar nature, some of it including case reviews on prior criminals and notes on them or operations.
Was there one particular operation that caught your attention, sir?
Yes.
And was that an operation that was detailed as, quote, Operation Slop Shop?
That's correct.
And did you locate any notes that contained the phrase Operation Slop Shop?
Yes, I did.
And if I showed you that here today in court, do you believe that you would recognize it, sir?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask again the court's permission to approach the witness to show a physical exhibit.
Which exhibit is this?
This is exhibit number 146.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like an opportunity to review 146 before it is used with the witness? Mr. Lychwick remains unresponsive. Therefore, Attorney Tombasco, you may approach.
Thank you very much. Okay. And Detective, can you please describe what you are looking at for the jury?
Yes, it appears to be approximately a half sheet of a computer paper with handwriting on it.
Is the deceased's name, Carlos Maldonado, indicated in any way on that exhibit, sir?
Carlos Maldonado's name is on here, correct.
And is that the exhibit that you located in the defendant's living room?
Correct.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the note as you found it when you participated in the search of the defendant's residence?
Yes.
Your Honor, would now move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to exhibit 146? Hearing none, it is received.
And Your Honor, I have a digital copy of that exhibit. It's been referenced as exhibit number 146A. I would just ask permission to publish that to the jury.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to exhibit 146A being used for publication purposes with the jury? There is no objection, therefore it may be used.
Detective, is there any point on this exhibit where Mr. Maldonado is indicated as a threat?
There's a Operation Slop Shower. It references him connected to subjects and threats. I believe it says something along the lines of operation. It's hard to read the last word.
I see. And did you locate any other operation folders when you participated in the search of the defendant's living room?
I did.
And to your knowledge, did any of those operation those operation folders contain any information about any additional operations in reference to Operation Slop Shop?
I believe they did, yes.
Did one of the folders have an indication regarding whether the threats from Operation Slop Shop had been neutralized?
I was made aware that there was reference to that, yes.
That's all the questions I have, sir. Thank you.
Hang on. Mr. Lychwick, do you have any cross-examination questions? All right, Mr. Lychwick is not acknowledging the court. Therefore, Detective, you may step down. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our lunch break now at this time. I will have you report back to begin again at, let's say, 1:10. That gives you some time to go find lunch and have a break. We will see you then. You may be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. The court will make a further note that Mr. Lychwick continues to not participate in his defense. He is still in his wheelchair. For the last portion of the trial, he's been a little more slumped over, a little more slumped to the side. His head remains slightly forward. He is not nodding or outwardly appearing to fall asleep. The court noted several times during the testimony that he changed positions, that he's wiping his brow, that he's moving his arms, and including one of the times when the court asked if he had any objection to the introduction of some of the exhibits. The court was met with no response just moments after seeing the defendant moving. So it's clear the defendant is not sleeping. He is simply not participating in his defense. Any further record from the state before we break for lunch?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, anything else from you, sir? All right. We will break for lunch, 1:10.
Your Honor, would the court like me to bring the exhibits to the clerk as well then?
Please.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Lychwick, 24 CF 1881. Appearances, please.
The state appears by Chelsea Thompson and Dan Tombasco. Also at council table is Detective Ben Stern.
Good afternoon. Mr. Lychwick is present again in person in custody. Good afternoon, Mr. Lychwick. Also present is Attorney Pablo Galaviz as standby counsel. The court will make a record that Mr. Lychwick, again, consistent with this morning, is produced in his wheelchair in jail orange. The court notes that Mr. Lychwick's hair appears to have been combed or slicked back a little bit better, so he is not as disheveled as he was earlier today. Mr. Lychwick, did you have an opportunity to retrieve all of your trial notes and exhibits and things like that from this morning? Are you going to
Test these proceedings. I am here under duress. I am not well.
Did you want to retrieve your trial notes and exhibits to assist you in court today?
No.
Mr. Lychwick,
I want to be able to address the jury and tell them what I'm going through and what you put me through and what I think of you.
That will not be allowed, Mr. Lychwick. Mr. Lychwick, I've been advised by my deputy that you have something in your ears, like makeshift earplugs or something like that. Is that true?
That's my business. That's true, and they're going to stay there, as far as I'm concerned.
I just want to make sure that you are still going to be able to hear the proceedings, that you hear me, you hear the witness testimony, and things like that. So that's why I bring it up. As long as you can hear, I'll let you proceed with the makeshift earplugs in, if that's your choice. If at any point you can't hear, though, I want to know that so that we can either make accommodations for it or have them removed. Understand?
I don't understand you at all, because I can hear fine. I just am not up to processing what I hear or dealing with it. And you know that. You must know that.
Anything else you want to state for the record before we continue, Mr. Lychwick?
Again, I protest these proceedings. I am here under duress. This trial is a sham. I am being railroaded. I don't think you are morally fit to be a judge. As soon as I can sit down and write a letter, I am going to complain to your boss, Judge Bugenhagen, and I am going to write my state representative and the congressman and complain about the way I've been treated these 18 months. And now, drag me from my sick bed this morning? I wonder what your veracity and sanity is, Judge. Moss.
Mr. Lychwick, do you want an opportunity to get dressed in civilian clothes?
I am saying nothing more. This is an outrage. This is not rational.
All right, then we will bring the jury in. Anything else from the state before we proceed?
I provided another stack of the paper exhibits that contain both photos. The PowerPoint presentation I'll be going through with Aaron Christensen and any other documents or reports. They were all provided previously in discovery, but since he doesn't have that with him, he now has them to follow along if he so chooses.
All right. The court will also note that Mr. Lychwick still has a notepad and pen. He has a stack of exhibits and a stack of exhibits and pictures in front of him. He does have water. And Mr. Lychwick, if at any time you want to take a break and go down and retrieve your other trial materials, we can make that accommodation. But at this point, we will proceed. We'll bring in the jury.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. You may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to continue with the evidence in this case. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Aaron Christensen.
Please come up to the witness stand, and when you get up here, remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
I do.
Thank you. You may have a seat. Get yourself situated nice and close to the microphone and start by stating your name, spelling both your first and last for the record.
My name is Erin Christensen. My first name spelling is Erin, E-R-I-N, Christensen, C-H-R-I-S-T-E-N-S-E-N.
Specialist Christensen, how are you employed?
I am employed at the City of Waukesha Police Department.
And as a specialist, you're also a sworn law enforcement officer in the state of Wisconsin, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been with the City of Waukesha Police Department?
In my 23rd year.
And prior to becoming a specialist, were you a patrol officer?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to becoming a specialist, did you have any other roles within the City of Waukesha Police Department besides being the patrol officer?
Yes, I am also a crime prevention specialist.
Okay. Now, as in your current role as a specialist, is there a particular unit or type of work that you engage in?
Yes. One of the things I do is I work with detectives who provide me records from that have usually a location information on them from different providers like cell phone companies, and I can then look through them and map them for the detectives for their cases.
Okay. Now, you talked about receiving location records from a detective who's investigating a case. When detectives bring you that data, what kind of format are those records in or that data in?
It depends on the phone company, but usually it is in a PDF or an Excel format, text format, just depends on the provider.
Okay. And in analyzing these location records, how long have you been doing that?
Since about 2015.
And do you have to go through any kind of specialized training in order to know how to read these records and use the software that assists in reading these records?
Yes, my first training was in 2015, and this was an introductory course, and it went over, at that time, telephone providers and like for cell phone companies, and went through how kind of the basic, the fundamentals of how it works for cell phone companies and usage, and how they then have different reports that they're logging in the background after people use them. And then we're able to get those reports potentially and then use that information that are on those along with something called a cell site list and map those records.
Are you familiar with the program CellHawk?
Yes.
And for the court reporter, is that CELLHAWK?
Yes.
Okay, what is CellHawk?
CellHawk is the program that we use at our police department to map these records. Many of these records have hundreds, if not thousands, of points or lines that can be mapped with location information. So whereas I used to start by hand being able to do this, now with having so many records, we have this platform called CellHawk that I can upload these reports to that were given to me by the cellular company, and then that will put them into this platform and map them for me.
When we're talking about cell phone providers, what are the major providers whose records you are having or seeing most consistently in your work?
AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon.
Okay. Do each of those providers keep generally the same kinds of information, just maybe in a different format, or have different retention periods?
Yes, each of those do have different formats on those. Some have kind of names that are slightly different for different columns within a document, but overall they have a lot of the same type of information.
And can CellHawk understand or account for the differences in the records depending on which provider gave us the records?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is CellHawk changing any of the data in the records that the detectives receive from the provider?
No.
Are you the one who, actually no, sorry, strike that. Do you have to have any kind of specialized training, or do you have certification in using the CellHawk software?
Yes, I did go to a class in 2018. That was 3 days. Also one in 2024 for 3 days. And I've received many other hours of instruction from them by like webinars or other training that I could sign up for. Those go over the same thing. Kind of, they always go, many of these classes go through the basics of this is what a cell company is, this is how you would map it if you were to do it by hand, these are the different documents that providers may give to you, and this is how you could map them, and then this is our program, and this is how you upload them, how you map them, and different ways to display them.
Since 2015, can you give an estimate of how many cases that you've worked on where you've had to analyze these kinds of records?
I would guess probably over 75.
Okay. Now, when you are inputting this data into CellHawk and it provides you with the output, whether that is you can view it in a static view, meaning it doesn't move, or you can create an animation based on the data, do you need to know any details about the underlying investigation in which the detective, sorry, I got distracted. When you are performing this analysis, when the detectives bring you these records, do you need to know anything about that underlying investigation?
I don't need to know.
What is what, if any, information do the detectives provide to you when they give you these records?
Sometimes they'll provide me with dates of interest, times of interest, or time spans of interest, maybe other phone numbers that they're interested in.
Okay. Now, let's say, because we are going to eventually talk about records in this investigation, if you received records from AT&T for an individual identified as Carlos Maldonado, do you know Carlos Maldonado?
No.
Do you need to know him or know anything about how he's involved in a case in order to do your job?
No.
Moving on then, were you asked to assist in a death investigation that started after remains were found at 1512 East North Street on October 30th of 2024?
Yes.
And was that Detective Ben Stern sitting next to me who came to you to ask for your assistance in mapping records he received from cell phone providers?
Yes.
Were you able to take those records and upload them into CellHawk and create the animation or the static views of those records?
Yes.
Did you also prepare a PowerPoint for your testimony today that encompassed all of those results?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen in front of the jury? In front of the witness. Okay, Specialist Christensen, do you see this on your screen in front of you?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, can you wipe the screen? Thank you. Okay, do you see the exhibit sticker in bottom right-hand corner, Exhibit 91?
Yes.
And I will briefly go through all 14 slides. Okay. Having briefly reviewed all 14 of those slides, is this an accurate representation or accurate copy of the PowerPoint you prepared for your testimony today?
Yes.
I would move Exhibit 91 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury as we go through it.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the admission of Exhibit 91?
In light of what we discussed when I returned from break, your question is ridiculous, Your Honor. I have nothing to say anymore throughout these proceedings today.
Mr. Lychwick, that's your
here
first
under
warning.
duress.
Mr. Lychwick, that's your first warning that the court's going to give you about talking back to the court and talking out of order. The question was whether or not you had an objection to Exhibit 91. Do you? All right. Without a response from the defendant, that exhibit will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you. And I would ask that it be published as I go through it with the specialist.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the publication of Exhibit number 91? Without response, that will be allowed to be used with the jury.
Specialist Christensen, when you are mapping out these records and you end up either having to testify in court or just continuing to assist in the investigation, have you prepared PowerPoints like this before?
Yes.
And in the beginning part of this PowerPoint, are there some general definitions or terms or explaining the methodology of historical location cell site analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to the second slide then, what method do you use to evaluate these records?
I put 3 bullet points here. It's just letting you know that cell phone companies maintain databases that capture and store information related to the usage of each customer's cellular phone. The databases generate call detail records, which are also sometimes referred to as CDRs.
What information is contained in the grouping of call detail records?
The information can vary slightly, but for the most part, it's the date, the time, the duration, the called number, the calling number. They also capture the cell tower, the cell sector, or the cell site, sometimes the antenna used.
Is it fair to say then when we're evaluating call detail records, those records are user activity on the phone, meaning someone is actually using the phone, which generates the call detail records?
Not always. It could be that it's voice, text, sometimes data, depending upon the provider and what records they're providing to me that is in the CDR. AT&T, their CDR contains voice document, a data document, and also an SMS document. Not all other providers do it the same way.
Are you familiar with the phrase timing advance?
Yes.
What is timing advance?
Timing advanced is specialized location information that the provider keeps for themselves to analyze their own network and how it's running.
So what's the difference then between the timing advanced data and CDRs?
Timing advanced data is something that the cell provider uses internally to analyze how the network and the towers kind of react with each person's phone to know if they need to do anything else for maybe upgrading their equipment.
And I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, that I've been told.
Now, that kind of data, the timing advance, is that the phone kind of working in the background even though someone might not actually be using their phone?
Correct.
Okay, so the phone is always connecting or looking for the strongest source or the best signal from that particular cell site. Do I have that right?
Yeah, as anybody sitting and has their phone on, your phone might not be getting calls or texts, but it's just sitting there, always analyzing the network and saying, if I'm going to work the best, which tower am I or cell site, which one am I going to use right now if a call comes in so that call isn't dropped. And so you're able to make calls efficiently.
Moving on then to the next slide, when we are talking about cell site analysis, what is the technology that these providers are using to gather this information, or how the phone is connecting to the cell site?
So just on a real basic level, cell phones are pretty much radios, and these use radio frequencies to communicate. As it says that when they are on, they're always looking, constantly scanning the network and looking for the best signal. Typically, the strongest and cleanest signal generally comes from the tower that is closest to the phone or the tower with the best line of sight, but not always. So typically, it is using the best signal that it's evaluating constantly.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nope, go ahead.
Okay. Now, we've talked about cell sites, and is there a difference between a cell site and a cell tower?
They're typically the same thing. They can be referred to by different carriers and people. A cell tower can also be called a cell site. The reason being is cell towers typically are things that maybe if you're driving around, you see a tower that has antennas on it. These days, it's not necessarily on a tower. It could be in a church steeple. It could be on a water tower. They could be on the side of a building or on top of a building. So they're not necessarily a traditional tower always, but you might hear people talk about them in the same way. They might say cell tower or cell site, and they're probably talking about the same thing.
Okay. Now, when we talk about a typical cell tower or cell site, is that, or does that involve the provider kind of splitting that up into different sectors?
Yes.
When you're analyzing cell site records, what do I mean by sector?
When a provider will give us in their records a cell site that is used, and then that cell site, they give us what is called an azimuth, which is the center point of a sector. Cell sites are typically divided into, think of a pizza, into 3 equal parts. And each of those parts have different antennas within them that those are the ones that are getting the signal and deciding the device and where it's connecting to it.
And moving on to the next slide, there's a couple illustrations that will probably help us as we talk through what a sector is. So on the far right-hand side, that image, is that kind of the pizza shape or the pie shape that you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that center point then, is that the azimuth that you were just talking about?
No, not really. That's just showing you that, I mean, yes, that is the center point, but they will specifically give us the azimuth in degrees. So we know right away when we're looking at these documents that as you're dividing it up equally, each sector is about 120 degrees. So if they give us that middle point, I think another slide will talk a little bit more about that. But it's just showing you a tower here to give you an idea that there's 3 different sides of that tower to explain the pie theory, the pizza theory.
And does each cell tower or cell site have a unique identifier assigned to them by the provider?
Yes.
Is that how we know which cell site is being used then by a device?
Yes.
And when you get when the detectives get all their returns back from the provider after obtaining a warrant from the court, do you also receive in those records a list of cell sites?
Yes, I get it from there. Also, AT&T has us go to ENDICAC to get those records as well.
Okay, and is that a...
I explained it on another
Okay, thank
one,
you.
if that helps.
Just so that I get that spelling for the court reporter.
Yes.
Now, moving on to the next slide then, when we're talking about cell sectors, which are those individual pieces of that pizza, explain to me how this assists us in figuring out what a sector is and then how we'll eventually read it on a cell hawk map.
Okay. So what I have on this slide is something that you will see on the static map that you will see in a little bit, and also the animated map. Typically, like I said, they're divided into sectors, so you will see the purple one that's on the left side or the blue one. Now, I want to let you know that that wedge is something that I draw. I decide how far it is. That is not from the provider. So I don't necessarily have to have anything shaded. I could also have a larger shading. It's just from the tower, and that is saying that the phone is somewhere in that sector, but it does not mean that it's within that shaded area.
If, when you are reviewing records that you've been given by the detective who got it from the provider, if you are only seeing CDR records in this return without any of that timing advance or another type of advanced location data, could you have larger breaks in or larger gaps in the records that you're looking at?
Yes.
And that doesn't necessarily mean that there's nothing there. It's just that type of information that would be in that gap was not received by the provider. Is that fair to say? Or from the provider?
Yeah, the CDRs show usage, whether they're making kind of calls, texting, or receiving them.
In looking at the next slide, which is slide 7, it looks like this is an example of the cell site and sector that we just kind of talked about in the last slide.
This is just to get you an idea of it, how it would look on like an actual map.
And then this shaded, actually no, you can't see it, but if we have the 3 sectors, that light shaded area within the circle around that center point, that's your shadowing. So you can see the direction in which that sector is facing. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you referenced an azimuth earlier. Does this slide help explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, so to kind of break down how we think about the degrees, you can think of it as a clock. So if you were looking at 12 o'clock, that could be 0 degrees, which is pointed north. Cell phone companies will let us know that azimuth. So if it is at 0 degrees, that means that the sector will go to 60 degrees and then to 300 degrees the opposite way, and then so on around it.
Now, with this slide here, slide 9, this is an example of timing advance measurements. Is that correct?
Yes.
In the case that Detective Stern asked you to assist with, in terms of analyzing phone records, did you receive timing advance records for phone numbers for either an individual named Carlos Maldonado or Kevin Lychwick?
For Maldonado.
Okay. Now, can you explain then these arcs on the timing advance?
Yes. So the point that comes together, the middle of the pie for that sector, that is where the cell site is. And then the sector goes out from it. And then the timing advance has a measurement on there or a number that gives us a distance from the measurement from the cell site to the device at the time of connection.
Are you able to tell from those arcs where exactly a device is located on that arc?
No.
Why not?
It is not giving me a specific point on the arc. It's just saying it's likely this distance from the center in this sector on that arc somewhere.
Okay. How would you be able to obtain an exact location if the timing advance just tells you an area on the arc in that sector that a device would be? Is there a way to do that?
There's different ways with communicating to detectives, so they could potentially get video from somewhere or other types of records, potentially other types of location records as well.
Okay, so if we're talking about the detective has to go to an area in that sector that we've talked about, that requires them to physically go. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, and they would have to drive around the area and either look for cameras or look for anything that could corroborate or try to narrow down the location of that device within that sector. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this case, you talked about, or I referenced to you, an individual named Carlos Maldonado. So now that we are moving into the specific records you reviewed, what is this slide detailing for us?
This is just letting you know that Detective Stern provided them the records for me. He asked me to look at activity on April 14th, 2024. It gave me the device phone number. It was from AT&T. The records he provided included subscriber information, the declaration about the records key, which tells me little intricacies about how to read the records, and various usage reports. And then he also provided me with a Google location data from his Google account, and then other specific usage documents and authenticity.
When we're talking about that declaration or authenticity, what kind of document is that?
That's that whoever was at that phone provider pulled those and are saying that they're true and accurate.
Okay, and that's something that comes with each set of records. Is that fair to say that you've analyzed?
Yeah, typically.
Okay. As you are reviewing, and I guess first I should ask, the phone number for Carlos Maldonado, was that serviced by AT&T?
Yes.
Okay, and now once you get those records from AT&T, do they give you a cell site list or tell you specifically how to read these or interpret these records?
AT&T does not provide a cell site list on some of their documents. They do have some location information on them. However, the location information is specific to the time the report is run. So given that this case wasn't from about November of 2024, and we believed that the incident occurred in April, we were about 6 months that those tower locations would have been could have been different. So the stuff that was on the report. So we are directed to get and best practice is to get a cell site listing from the time of the incident. So usually it can be, the same month or a month right around it. And I was able to get one through the National Domestic Communications Assistance Center, which is under the Department of Justice. And I got that cell site list from April of 2024.
Does each provider, when they return records, use Central Time, or are there different time zones that CellHawk can actually convert?
They provide them in many times different time zones. So they could be in UTC, they could be in Eastern Time. Some providers provide them all in UTC. Some have different ones depending upon the document they give you. The nice thing about CellHawk is that when it ingests, I let it know I want it to convert the times to Central Time, which is the location of where our crime was. And then that way, all the records for all the different providers potentially are in a universal time. I'm not altering any documents, the original documents by any means. It is just a way to show consistently then the times now and where we are.
And moving to the next slide then, what are we looking at here on slide 12?
Here, this is just an overview of our area. Those orange circles are just cell sites for AT&T specifically. So those are all the different cell sites at that time in April of 2024 that are in the area. Those are not ones that are used by Maldonado. Those are just all that could have been used depending upon where somebody decided to go.
Now, slide 13, is this a static view of timing advanced data and Google location history for Mr. Maldonado on April 14th of 2024?
Yes, it also has the CDR information.
And the CDR. Okay, thank you for correcting me. So are all of these, I guess, images that we see, all of these blue lines, and these are all sectors?
Yes.
Okay. And now, on the next slide, when we see this animation, how is the jury supposed to be interpreting this? Because it looks like just a bunch of blue circles everywhere.
Yeah, so this is just saying that this is his usage on those CDRs, so that could be his voice, his data, his SMS for that day, but it also is that report timing advance, so also information that is just running in the background of his phone when it connects to check for those the best signal. It should be noted that the static here, it'll show the sector for the timing advance, but it is not showing the arcs for it on the static one. You will see those in the next slide. It only worked with the animated at the time of this.
Okay, and when we watch the animated, will it start with the same overview map that we're seeing now on this static slide?
It will not. You will see it starting off in an area at one sector near 1512 East North Street, Waukesha. You can also see that on this map, kind of in the center of it, with that red marker. And then you can also see an orange marker in the Delafield area with that orange marker.
And on this animation that we're about to see, are you able to see a path of travel that the device associated with Mr. Maldonado took to that Home Depot in Delafield and then come back to 1512 East North?
Yes.
Okay.
So
I'm sorry.
Roughly 8 a.m. to about 9:30. You'll see it using the cell sites in the area of 1512 East North Street. And then you'll start to see the sectors or cell sites start being used right in that area and then traveling kind of westbound towards the Delafield area around 9:40, 45 to about 10:30. It stays right in that area of Delafield by Home Depot. And shortly after, around 10:35, you'll start seeing the cell sites and sectors start being used traveling eastbound, going back towards the Waukesha area.
Moving on then to slide 14. On the right-hand side, kind of in between the map and the key, there's a gray column with what looks like different toggles and buttons on the bottom. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is this the CellHawk software? Is this the map that gets generated once you upload all of these records from AT&T?
Yes. So this is the CellHawk software, and both of these, the images from the previous slide and this one, are screenshots from that. I then can set the selector at the bottom. So 1 second of time on this animated map equals 5 minutes. So stuff will be pretty quick when you start to see it, but you will definitely see the movement.
Okay. And right now, before I press play, can you see that red? I know it's kind of small on the big screen. It's smaller than I thought it would be. The red dot at 1512 East North. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then a little bit below it, we see a sector. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what, if I'm understanding correctly, that sector, because that shaded area is what you filled in, so you can't say exactly where in that sector the device is, but this is the general direction, or it'd be within that sector. Is that
Yes.
correct?
It's saying that there was some sort of usage in that sector.
Okay, and is that something then you see throughout the day once Mr. Maldonado's device comes back to the building at 1512 East North?
Yes.
Okay. So I will press play then.
Did you want to do the Google locations too? Or
Yes.
talk about that next?
No, we can also talk about that before I press play. So the Google locations, how does that relate to the timing advance in this path that we're about to see?
So the Google locations, you will see those as kind of a teal color. Something to note about those is that when I get those records, those are also converted into Central Time by CellHawk. I select in CellHawk to only display bubbles that you will see or markers that are 300 meters or less. If I have a larger one on there, it's going to take over the entire thing and you won't be able to see anything else. So I really narrow it down. You're going to see tiny little teal marks potentially that are like the size of a pen tip. So you have to really watch for them. You will also see the time that they're being displayed. So know that if you don't see the actual mark, it is like probably right behind that time that we're seeing it. And you'll also be able to see that traffic kind of going, I want to say around 8:50. They'll start near that 1512, kind of travel south towards the downtown area of Waukesha, go up Delafield Street to Northview, heading westbound all the way on Northview, eventually get to Silvernail, continue to head westbound onto Hillside Drive in Delafield to Home Depot, and then travel back on 94 eastbound to Pewaukee Road, and then go towards the residence at 1512 East North Street.
And when you're looking at the rest of the day on April 14th of 2024, once the device comes back to that sector, do you see any movement at all like you do when we see the device going to Delafield or the Brookfield area?
No, it will predominantly uses the towers that are around the residence at 1512, and then the Google locations stay right in that area as well.
So from what you can tell, that device isn't moving then the rest of the day once it comes back from Delafield and Home Depot.
Correct.
Okay. Now on slide 14, I will play the animated map. Okay, I'm pausing. There is no timestamp on the bar that pops up here, but if I look at the timestamp on the Cellhawk software, it looks like 12:50 and 51 seconds on April 14th of 2024. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when we watched that animated map, did you start seeing those larger arcs that we were talking about earlier related to timing advance?
Yes.
And then this path of travel to the Delafield Home Depot, all you do with that is show the detectives, this is what I found. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then it's up to the detectives to find out whether there's any kind of corroborating evidence out there to show that the owner of that device was in the area with the device. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we saw for a little bit before I paused it at that 12:50 and 51 seconds, we saw that same blue sector pop up right below that red marking or marker, and then it would go away and then it would pop up again. Is that the device running in the background and that's what's catching on that sector, or is there something else?
I'm not sure if it had the arc or not.
Okay.
I'm not sure which data. It would be either from that. It would be from one of those documents. I can't say for certain. Occasionally, the timing advance does not have an arc associated with it, so it still could be on that document, but I can't tell you which one.
Okay, so it could either be running in the background, but it could also be the CDR type of activity that we talked about earlier. Is that maybe more likely because you're not seeing the arc? Or you just can't tell for sure?
Without looking at the records specifically, I couldn't tell you which one it was exactly.
Okay, thank you. Now, we also talked in the beginning about how Detective Stern, when he came to you, he provided you records for Carlos Maldonado and Kevin Lychwick. What provider serviced Kevin Lychwick's phone number?
Verizon.
Okay. Have you had experience with Verizon before in terms of getting these cell site records?
Yes.
Does Verizon have a short retention period when it comes to that specialized location data of the timing advance?
Yes.
Do you know what that retention period is?
Less than 10 days.
So if we were looking at April 14th of 2024, and now we don't start getting or requesting cell site data from providers until 7 months later, for Verizon, that specialized information is gone. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with the police department not asking for the right information. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you receive any records from Detective Stern that he obtained from Verizon?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically as to Mr. Lychwick's phone number?
Yes.
So even though we didn't have that specialized timing advance, are we still able to get any of those CDR types of records that we talked about?
Yes.
Did you upload Mr. Lychwick's CDR records into CellHawk in an attempt to perform a cell site analysis?
Yes.
Were you able to get any information of value from the records that we obtained from Verizon?
No,
Why not?
there was no location information. There was no usage and no location information for those days.
Okay. I do not actually, one more question. For AT&T, what's their retention period
For
for the specialized location data?
specialized, I think that's 13 months.
Okay, so if we did not start in this investigation until 7 months after the date in question, that's still well within the range, and that's how we were able to get those records for Mr. Maldonado's phone number. Okay. Now I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have any cross-examination questions? The defendant is not responding to the court. Therefore, Specialist Christensen, you may step down.
Thank you.
The state calls Detective Fyan. Thank you.
I need some power.
Detective, you can come up to the witness stand here. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn by our clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. When you are ready to begin, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
First name is David, D-A-V-I-D. Last name, Fine, F-E-Y-E-N.
Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
How long have you been so employed?
24 years.
Do you currently have a special assignment within the City of Waukesha Police Department?
Yes, I do.
And what is that assignment?
So I'm one of two members of our digital forensic unit, formerly known as computer forensics unit. We are responsible for anything evidentiary that comes into our department that has to do with digital evidence, i.e. cloud download, cell phone extractions, laptops, computers, thumb drives, memory cards, things of that nature.
A lot more variety than just computers nowadays, fair to say?
Fair to say.
Okay. Now, in order to have this special assignment in the forensic department, do you or did you obtain any kind of specialized training or certifications to be able to understand this data that you're extracting and also use the software tools that allow you to do that?
Yes, I have been doing this since approximately 2012. In that time, I've had continued education throughout my career as the DFU unit, and I probably have accumulated over 800 hours of formalized training. That does not include, speaking with other people and kind of doing informal training. I probably do about 200 exams per year of a device or a computer. I've gone through training with IASIS, the International Association of Computer Specialists, and they've received their certification. I've also received certifications from Celebrite, Magnet, several other companies in terms of using their software and their tools to do extractions both on cell phones and computers. Received training down through the Secret Service at NCFI in Alabama on a variety of computer and network examinations for forensics.
Your lab at your police department, do you also assist other agencies, other law enforcement agencies within Waukesha County if their departments don't have this kind of equipment but do need assistance with downloading or extracting data from devices?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Now, do you have, and you've talked about it a little bit, but do you have specific training as it relates to either Apple iPhones or Android phones, knowing that they're different operating systems?
Yes.
Okay. And can you still use the same software tools to perform an extraction on an Android versus an iPhone, or are there different tools you use?
No, we use a variety of tools, but all the ones we use can run both Android and Apple software phones.
Once you receive an item, can you explain for the jury the process of creating a forensic image of that device?
In terms of cell phones?
Yes, let's talk about cell phones, sorry.
Certainly. So the process is that I will obtain the physical device either directly from an investigator, police officer, detective, or it'll be in our evidence room. I'll check that device out, bring it up to our lab. And I also examined the search authority, making sure we have a valid search warrant or consent to search the device. Then I will make sure I can isolate it from networks. So that means putting the phone into airplane mode if I can. If I can't, I'll try to remove the SIM card from the phone and to take that out to isolate it from cellular networks. Last resort is we have a specialized room within our department where you can walk into and it close the doors and shuts out all radio frequencies. And this way I protect the phone from receiving or sending any messages out or getting wiped remotely. And then once I've secured the phone and isolated from networks, I'll then connect it to one of two of our primary devices, either a magnet gray key.
Either a what?
Magnet, M-A-G-N-E-T, gray key, G-R-A-Y-K-E-Y, or a Celebrite UFED, UFED device to help extract the data from the phone. Once I extract the data from the phone, I can use another software tool. In this case, we use Celebrite physical analyzer software to help decode and let me sort through and sift through and view all the pictures, text messages, call logs, all the information that's on the phone that you see as a user, as well as a lot of information you don't actually see as a user. It's hidden, such as log files and GPS locations.
You talked about making sure that you put the phone in airplane mode or otherwise prevent it from accessing the network. What concerns do you have about the data within the phone if it stays connected to the network as you're trying to make this forensic image?
Well, we want to keep the phone as, fresh as possible, as close to the event. So I don't want new data to come in the way of pop-up messages, Facebook messages, somebody calling the phone, because that can push out and delete old information that I may have needed. I also don't want, if the owner happens to be out of custody and they have access or they call a friend, I don't want them to send a remote wipe signal and have the phone sitting in my hands and all of a sudden it reboots and it says, welcome, please set up your new phone. I don't want that to happen because once that happens, I've lost all my data. So it's important to isolate it from cellular networks and Wi-Fi networks.
Okay. Now, when we talk about that process, you mentioned what I think are two different steps. The extraction itself, which in this case with the two phones you were given by investigating detectives, you use Cellbrite Premium to do the actual extraction. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you have that extraction, is that sometimes referred to as the raw data from the phone?
Yes, we call it a full file system, but yeah, it's the data that the phone is pull out. The phone gives to the software tool that includes all the messages and pictures and things that we want to look at.
Then you take that extraction or the full file system, if that's what you were able to obtain, and then you put that into the Cellbrite Physical Analyzer, and that's the software that kind of decodes everything in that full file system you obtained. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are there times where when you are extracting a phone or creating that forensic image that you do not get a full file system extraction?
Yes, it does happen. It depends on the software version of the phone. Sometimes it depends on the phone brand itself. Sometimes we're limited. The full file system is what we really want to get. That gets as much data as possible. Sometimes there's something we call a logical or advanced logical, which is a lot less data, but it's typically the information that would be on the phone that you would see if you were to hand scroll. So all your pictures that are on there, your call logs, your text messages, that sort of thing. That will come in an advanced logical, along with some other information, but the full file system is what we really go after each time because it has the most data we can possibly pull off the phone.
Does it also matter if you have the passcode to get into the phone in terms of how much data you can retrieve from the phone, or whether it's that partial or full file system?
Yes, having the passcode certainly helps. We have ways to get around some passcodes, not all of them. But yes, if I'm able to go around the passcode, sometimes I get slightly less data. But again, it's a wide range of information we can get depending on the phone, the operating system, the updates from Celebrate or Gray Key in terms of how much data we can get from it. There's a lot of variables that are involved.
Why do you engage in this process where you are using software tools to create this forensic image of the phone versus just manually scrolling through it?
I use the analogy of an iceberg. If you imagine the iceberg has a large chunk below the water surface, then what you see above it is just a portion of it. If you manually scroll a phone, you're seeing just the top. There's a lot of information that lies below. And if you're just going to manually scroll and take pictures of the phone, if that's the only option we have because of software updates, that's what we take. But I want the full file system to get as much data as possible and get all that ice that's below the water.
If you were to manually scroll through a phone versus using one of these tools, do you run the risk of potentially changing timestamps or making changes to any of that underlying data that you talked about?
Absolutely. So if I start looking at pictures, I'm going to start changing timestamps on pictures. If I start reading text messages, I may change a message that was unread to read, and that's going to show up in any forensic download I would do later on. In the background, the phone is always creating logs. So if I start holding the phone and turning it, like my iPhones will register your orientation. So I'm creating new data on the phone that I really shouldn't. So doing the file system extraction with a forensically sound tool is the best way to get as much data without adding or modifying or creating any additional information on the phone by my own actions.
Now, once you are ready to start creating a forensic image of a phone, do you first obtain that phone from property, or is it given directly to you by the investigating detective, or something else?
It can be either way. Sometimes I collect it myself if I'm at the crime scene. Sometimes it's handed to me. Sometimes I check it out at evidence. It really depends on the case.
And going back to October and November of 2024, were you approached by Detective Stern to assist with the forensic examination of 4 digital devices?
I believe it was 5 altogether.
5 altogether. Okay, thank you for correcting me. In focusing on a cell phone that belonged to Carlos Maldonado, a phone belonging to Kevin Lychwick, and 2 SD cards. Were those 4 of the 5 devices you were provided by Detective Stern or requested to extract by him?
Yes.
Okay. Starting with the phone then that was belonging to Carlos Maldonado, was that a Samsung phone?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, did you follow that same 2-step process that we talked about earlier to create a forensic image of Mr. Maldonado's phone?
Yes.
And were you able to obtain a full file system extraction for his phone?
Yes.
Okay. When you are performing this extraction, once you have completed that 2-step process, do you review the forensic image yourself, or do you give it back to the detectives to review, or a mixture of both, or something else?
I'd say it's a mixture of both, again, case dependent. Sometimes I will turn over the Cellbrite report that's created after I generate it and give it to the investigator and say, you know the case better than I do, you look through it. In this case, I looked at it first, found some artifacts of interest, and then turned it over to Detective Stern to actually have him look at it because he had a bigger view of what was going on, and then he was able to find artifacts that were relevant for this case. So it's kind of a mixture of both.
Okay. Now, once during that second step, you input that full file system extraction into the Cellbrite physical analyzer, are either you or the detectives reviewing it able to create a bookmark report that is generated through Cellbrite?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what you were, is that part of what you're talking about with sometimes you review it and flag artifacts that might be of interest, or the detectives can do that when they're reviewing it on their own? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you reviewed the extraction from Mr. Maldonado's phone, or when you reviewed the extraction from Mr. Maldonado's phone, did you find any artifacts that told you that the user of this phone was Mr. Maldonado?
Yes.
Can you give a couple examples of what you found to show that, yes, this was Mr. Maldonado's phone?
The name of the phone, which is something that you can create, I think it was Carlos's, and it had the model number after it. It was Carlos's, and then the model number of the phone after it. There was a Facebook account associated with him. His name appeared several times in the phone itself. There was a lot of selfie pictures taken with the phone in a selfie format of him, clear. So those, a lot of user artifacts which led back to Mr. Maldonado.
Were you able to view Mr. Maldonado's browser history specifically at 7:38 p.m. on April 13th of 2024?
Yes.
And why did you review that particular search or that part of the web history?
I was trying to establish a timeline of when the phone was last used. And sometimes people aren't always calling or texting, sometimes they're web surfing instead of that. So I'm looking to find out when is the last time that phone is being used.
Do you remember what that browser history search was?
I don't.
Okay, that's okay. Now, did you also look at what, as you're going through the phone to assess a timeline, did you note any outgoing activity on April 14th, 2024 at 9:20 and 31 seconds in the morning?
Yes, I did.
And do you know did you see the phone number that was called?
I did.
And did you run that phone number to see who or what kind of business that phone number belonged to?
Yeah, it was the Home Depot in Delafield, Wisconsin.
Okay. Now, once you see that outgoing call and you look for the rest of the day on April 14th of 2024, and maybe even in the days following, did the phone receive text messages?
Yes.
Did the phone receive incoming calls?
Yes.
Are you able to tell if any of those text messages or phone calls were answered or if they were missed?
I could see that they were all missed.
So after that outgoing call at 9:20 and 31 seconds in the morning, nothing else gets returned in terms of text or calls.
Correct.
Now moving on to the 2 SD cards that you were provided by Detective Stern. Is there a different kind of imaging process as it relates to SD cards versus cell phones?
Yes, there is.
What is that imaging process?
The imaging process takes the physical card. In this case, it was a micro SD card, a 32 gigabyte Waze brand, W-I-Z-E, branded memory card. And I place it into what's called a write blocker. And a write blocker is a piece of physical hardware attached to my computer. And what it does, when it's turned on, it prevents any computer from writing, modifying, deleting any data that's on that evidentiary, in this case, memory card. So if I were just to try to open the memory card, I can view everything that's on it. I can make a copy of it, but I cannot tamper or change anything on the actual card itself. So the process is once I insert the card into this write blocker, I use a tool called FTK Imager. And then I create a bit-for-bit copy of everything that's on that card. And once I have the image of the card, I then can point my forensic tools at the image, and then the card itself goes back into evidence.
In this case, with the two SD cards, once you have that copy, or the image copy, do you then run those image copies through Axiom?
Yes, I use Magnet Axiom as the tool to look at that image.
Okay. Did you review every single item that, or I guess video or image that was on that copy?
No, I took a really brief glance at what it was, but I did not go every single video clip.
And were you able, so they were all video clips on this image copy?
They were all video clips.
Okay, and that would have been then provided to the investigating detectives for them to review it and see if there's anything of evidentiary value on there?
That's correct.
Okay. Lastly then, were you provided a Samsung phone belonging to an individual by the name of Kevin Lychwick?
I was.
And to your knowledge, was that recovered during a search warrant at his apartment and the phone was recovered from his bedroom?
Yes, it was.
Were you able to see, once you placed the phone on airplane mode, did the phone have a passcode?
This phone did not have a passcode.
Okay. Now, did you perform that same two-step process that we talked about you performing on Mr. Maldonado's phone?
Yes.
And from Mr. Lychwick's phone, were you able to obtain a full file system extraction?
Yes.
Did you end up reviewing the extraction from Mr. Lychwick's phone, or would that have been provided to Detective Stern for additional analysis?
Again, just like the first phone, I did a preliminary review of the phone results. I bookmarked several items, but then I turned everything over to Detective Stern, again, who had a better view of the whole case in chief to review and find the evidence that was really important.
I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have cross-examination questions for this witness? Mr. Lychwick is not responding to the court. Therefore, Detective, you may step down. Attorney Thompson, why don't we take a short break?
I think that's perfect.
So I'm going to excuse the jury for about 5-10 minutes, and we will resume testimony after that. Thank you. You may be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. I'll just make a record of my observations of the defendant during that period of testimony. The defendant continued to remain seated in his wheelchair with his arms crossed. His eyes were closed for most of the testimony. When Detective Fine started testifying, he appeared to be looking at Detective Fine through heavily squinted eyes, as though he were keeping them mostly closed but still taking peeks at the detective when he testified. Otherwise, the defendant was similarly non-responsive as he has been so far for most of today. Anything the state wants to place on the record before we break?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, anything else from you? All right, we will break for 10 minutes. the appearances are the same. During the break, I was advised that Mr. Lychwick was cold and was requesting a blanket or some covering. So I authorized our bailiffs to look for something, and he's been provided with what looks like a pretty heavy-duty coat that was placed on him, and he is now wearing that coat, which, by the way, covers up the orange jail outfit, at least from the waist up. Otherwise, Mr. Lychwick remains in the wheelchair. Anything else before we bring the jury in, Attorney Thompson?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick? Okay, let's bring the jury in.
Actually, Judge, there is one thing about scheduling. Sorry, I just thought
Go ahead.
about it. We do have several witnesses in line. We're calling one slightly out of order because we were competing with a Milwaukee County trial. The 3 witnesses at the end of our case in chief are fairly long, each of them. So my thought is that the state will probably rest sometime tomorrow, maybe later in the afternoon. But because we are competing with the Milwaukee County trial, we might finish a little bit early today because I don't want to call one of those really long witnesses, start them, and then break for the day. So while I think we'll be okay to get us through the rest of the day, I might run out of witnesses towards the end.
Is that other witness available? I ask that because I don't want to finish at 4 and then lose potentially an hour of testimony. I had intended to go a little bit longer today because we got off to a late start with the jury.
Okay.
If you are telling me, though, that you are in a position to potentially rest tomorrow afternoon, I'm okay ending the testimony a little bit early today because we have a lot of extra time then. But I don't want to end too early. So we'll deal with it as we go along. I understand what you're saying. We'll just kind of see where we're at, if that's okay.
Okay. I certainly don't think, we would be done by 3:30 today.
Okay. Well, let's do what you have with those remaining witnesses that you know to get on the stand today.
Okay.
And then we'll reassess that.
Thank you.
Okay, now we can bring the jury in. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. I do want to just update you. I had a conversation with the parties about scheduling, and we are still very much on track in this trial. And maybe our initial estimation of 4 to 5 days for it may be too long, and we may be in position to finish well ahead of that. I don't want to make any promises, but I don't want you to worry that we're falling behind or anything like that. We are still very much on track. So, Attorney Thompson, the state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, we call Detective Bryce Skolton, please.
All right. Detective, come up to the witness stand, please. And when you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by my clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. When you get yourself situated, please start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
My name is Bryce Skolton, spelled B-R-Y-C-E. Skolton is S-C-H-O-L-T-E-N.
Attorney Tom Bosco.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, where are you employed?
I'm employed with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
Are you a specialist or are you just a detective, sir?
I'm a detective.
Okay. And how many years have you been with the Waukesha Police Department, sir?
11 years.
Directing your attention to November 26th of 2024, did you respond to an apartment located at 1512 East North Street?
Yes, I did.
And did you specifically respond to apartment number 11?
Yes, I did.
And that's in the city and county of Waukesha, state of Wisconsin?
Yes, it is.
Why did you respond to that particular apartment, sir?
I responded there with many other detectives to assist Detective Ben Stern, who was executing a search warrant at this residence.
And do you know who had rented this particular residence?
Yes, I do.
Who was that individual?
Kevin Lychwick.
And when you arrived on scene, were you assigned to assist with the search of that particular residence?
Yes, I was.
Were you assigned to search a specific area of the residence?
Yes, I was.
And what area were you assigned to search?
I was assigned to search the living room.
And did you in fact, then, kind of a silly question, but just to make sure, did you in fact make entry into Mr. Lychwick's living room?
Yes, I did.
And when you entered his living room, did you locate a large quantity of paper and boxes?
Yes, I did.
And did you, in terms of the area of the living room, did you search a specific area within that living room?
Yes, I primarily searched the area nearest the windows, and there was a makeshift desk made out of cardboard boxes. There was a telephone there, and there was also filing cabinets in that area. So it was the area of the living room that probably was surrounded by the most paperwork and boxes.
And in addition to yourself, was there a Detective Bauer who assisted you with the search as well?
Yes.
Were you and Detective Bauer in close proximity to each other when this search took place?
Yes, standing right next to each other.
And was there a point in time when you were engaged in this search that you located many pieces of paperwork?
Yes.
And was it your opinion at that time that this paperwork that you had located had evidentiary value in this case?
That is correct.
And what did you do with this paper after you located it?
Because there was such a large quantity of paper, to put it in perspective, it was just boxes and boxes all lined like the side of the living room. And going through that, we quickly realized that we would be there all day if we went through all the paperwork right then and there. So anything that we looked like could be evidentiary value, we took to the side and we put it in 2 large cardboard boxes, and then we brought that back to the Waukesha Police Department. We went through it like much slower and read through everything then at the police department.
And when the paperwork was brought back to the Waukesha Police Department, do you know whether Detective Ben Stern was one of the officers who looked through it?
Yes, Detective Stern was there with me and several others.
Was Detective Stern on scene when the search of Mr. Lychwick's apartment took place?
I believe he was.
And in terms of some of the paperwork that you located, are you familiar with a particular operation known as Operation Starling?
Yes, I am.
And in reference to this particular Operation Starling, can you just tell the jury a little bit more? What exactly is the connection between Operation Starling and this particular case?
So as we were going through the paperwork, we came across several different operations. Detective Bauer had located a piece of paper in the apartment that was Operation Slop Shop. This is different than that. It was located in a different folder that I found back at the police department, but this operation referenced Operation Slop Shop, and in Operation, it stated that Operation Slop Shop needed to be executed first. And then on the bottom of the paperwork, I believe it also stated, it was written in different ink, where it then stated that the operation could commence because Operation Slop Shop had been executed and all threats from that operation were neutralized. And I knew that from Bauer's piece of paper, that's where Maldonado's name was written on that. So that's how I know they were linked.
Do you know whether the piece of paper that described this Operation Starling was ever seized, sir?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And if I showed you a copy of that physical paper here today in court, do you believe that you would recognize it?
Yes, I would.
Your Honor, this has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 147. I would ask permission to approach the witness.
Sure. Let's have Mr. Lychwick view the exhibit first. Mr. Lychwick, would you like to see Exhibit 147 before it is used with this witness? Mr. Lychwick has looked at the court and not acknowledged the court. So, Attorney Tombasco, you can approach the witness.
Thank you very much. Detective, just to identify, that exhibit I just handed you is marked State's Exhibit number 147. Is that right?
That is correct.
And is that the piece of paper that, from the search of Mr. Lychwick's apartment, that you or Detective Bauer seized?
This is the one that I seized at the police department.
And does that particular exhibit detail an Operation Starling on it?
Yes, it does.
And towards the bottom of that particular exhibit, what you just testified to regarding Operation Slop Shop, is that written in different colored ink at that bottom of that exhibit, sir?
Yes, it is. It's written in a different color ink.
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask that the exhibit be received into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Lychwick? The defendant is not acknowledging the court. The court will receive Exhibit 147.
Detective, directing your attention now to December 1st of 2024, did you receive a specific notification on that particular day in reference to Mr. Lychwick's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And just to give the jury a little bit of context, at that point in time, had your department applied for and received a GPS warrant to track Mr. Lychwick's vehicle's movements?
Yes, we had.
And that was signed by a judge?
Yes.
So you didn't just willy-nilly slap a GPS signal on his car. You actually followed the correct legal process in order to obtain that.
That is correct.
And on December 1st of 2024, did you receive any sort of notification in reference to that GPS device?
Yes, I did.
And what did that notification provide to you?
That was a notification that Mr. Lychwick's vehicle was leaving his residence.
And at this point, Detective, had Mr. Lychwick's phone been seized as part of the search of his residence?
Yes, it was.
And was there anything in particular found on his device that provided you with some insights of where you think Mr. Lychwick may have been going on that particular day?
Yes, I was informed by Detective Stern that there were some Google searches on the phone looking for different storage units up north, I think around the Oshkosh area.
So as a result of what you had learned in reference to this notification, what, if anything, did you and Detective Stern do next?
We were watching the location of Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, and then when we realized that he was not exhibiting normal driving behaviors, because we had been watching him for some time since this GPS had been on, he normally always stayed very local. Once we realized that he was going farther north, and that was outside of an abnormal pattern, we believed that he was potentially going to whatever storage unit he may have located from that Google search.
Did you and Detective Stern at that point then attempt to follow Mr. Lychwick's vehicle?
Yes, we did.
And when you were following Mr. Lychwick's vehicle out of Waukesha County, were you driving a fully marked police squad car at that point?
No, we were not. We were in an undercover vehicle.
So this undercover vehicle would look like any sort of normal vehicle that we might see on the roadway?
That is correct.
And is that to ensure that Mr. Lychwick did not, I guess for lack of a better term, figure out that the police were following him?
That is correct.
And at that point, was it you and Detective Stern who were driving this undercover vehicle together?
Yes, I was riding and Detective Stern was driving.
Did you ultimately follow Mr. Lychwick's vehicle to a U-Haul storage facility?
Yes, we did.
And where was this U-Haul storage facility located?
Kimberly, Wisconsin. I believe it was 551 Marcella Drive.
If I told you your report said it was Marcella Street, would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
And for the record, is Marcella spelled M-A-R-C-E-L-L-A?
Yes.
And well, actually, let me back up and ask it this way. Did you and Detective Stern then follow him to the U-Haul storage facility or undercover vehicle?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Sure. Did you and Detective Stern both follow the defendant's vehicle to that particular U-Haul facility in Kimberly?
Yes, we did. We caught up with Mr. Lychwick while he was at the U-Haul location.
And what did he do specifically when he arrived at this U-Haul facility?
When we arrived, his vehicle was parked on the north side of the building, and then he left several minutes later. We later found out that he had closed his account and closed his storage unit at this U-Haul facility, and emptied all of his belongings out of the storage unit.
Is it fair to say that he did not spend a great deal of time at this U-Haul facility?
No, I believe he was only on premise for approximately 20 minutes.
And so after Mr. Lychwick finished his business at the U-Haul facility, did he then turn around and drive back to Waukesha County?
Yes, he did.
And did you and Detective Stern at that point follow the defendant's vehicle back to Waukesha County?
Yes, we did.
And did you maintain a constant visual on Mr. Lychwick's vehicle?
Yes, we did.
And did Mr. Lychwick's vehicle make any stops on its path of travel back to Waukesha County?
No, it did not.
And who was driving your undercover vehicle at this point while you were following Mr. Lychwick?
Detective Stern.
And while Detective Stern was piloting the undercover vehicle that you were both in, did you utilize your phone to contact somebody?
Yes, I called the U-Haul storage facility that we were discussing, and I spoke with an employee there.
Detective, just to take a step back, based on your training and experience as a police officer, did you find the location of this particular storage unit in Kimberly suspicious?
Yes, I did.
Why did you find that sort of storage unit to be suspicious?
For several reasons. First off, the location and its proximity to Waukesha, where Mr. Lychwick resides. There's numerous storage units in our city and Waukesha County as well as Milwaukee County. I also found out that through the search warrant at the residence, he kept detailed notes regarding his budget, and every month he would budget approximately $40 to $50 for gasoline for the month. And I thought it was suspicious that being on a fixed income, he would, have a storage unit nearly 2 hours away and burning through that budget in one trip. So to us, it was clear that if he was trying to get a storage unit that far away, he was clearly trying to distance himself from whatever he was trying to put in that storage unit.
And when you followed Mr. Lychwick's vehicle back to Waukesha County, did you observe him toss anything out the window when he was driving back?
No.
And to your knowledge, was Mr. Lychwick the only individual in the vehicle at that time?
That is correct.
Detective, was there a point in time in which you responded back to the U-Haul facility in Kimberly after you followed Mr. Lychwick back to Waukesha County on December 1st?
Yes, I responded back there with Detective Bauer on December 2nd.
And was there any particular reason why you had gone back to that facility, sir?
Yes, I went back to speak with the U-Haul employee, Brianna Maloney. I believe that's how you pronounce her name. Brianna Maloney. I believe it's Maloney. She was the employee that I spoke to on the phone while riding back to Waukesha with Detective Stern, and she was the one that provided me all the information on the unit being closed and everything that day as well. So I responded up there to speak with her regarding pretty much our statement that she had given to me over the phone. So I took a written statement from her, locking in that conversation, as well as I walked through the storage unit confirming that there was no items left behind. And then I also met with her boss, Kenneth, who ran the U-Haul store, and I reviewed video surveillance from the day prior. And then I was able to gain all those videos of Mr. Lychwick while he was on property at the U-Haul store.
And sir, prior to your testimony in court here today, have you had an opportunity to review those surveillance videos from U-Haul?
Yes, I have.
And so if I was to show you those videos here today in court, would you be able to tell us whether or not those are the same videos that you reviewed at the U-Haul on December 2nd of 2024?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay. Just one moment, please, sir. Madam Clerk, at this point, I would just ask that we project the exhibit to the witness's screen. Detective, are you able to see what I just projected on the screen, or what the clerk just did, rather?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And do you recognize, I can scroll through each of these videos if you would like. It starts with what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 93 and goes all the way to State's Exhibit Proposed 101. Do you recognize these particular exhibits, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Would you like me to scroll through all of them?
No, I should be okay.
Okay. And these are the same exhibits that you reviewed prior to your testimony in court here today, is that right?
That is correct.
And do these exhibits fairly and accurately depict the U-Haul surveillance footage that you reviewed when you were on scene on December 2nd of 2024?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I would move all these exhibits, starting with State's Exhibit 93 and then concluding with State's Exhibit number 101 into evidence. These are each separate video clips. They are appropriately time-stamped as well with a date.
Mr. Lychwick, do you object to the admission of Exhibits 93 through 101? The defendant remains silent. Those exhibits will be admitted.
Thank you. And at this point, Your Honor, I would ask the court's permission to publish all of these videos to the jury.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to publication of those videos at this time? The defendant remains silent. The videos may be used with the jury.
Thank you very much. So first and foremost, just to make a record, Detective, can you see the timestamp that's listed on the bottom of this video?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so when I start this video, this is December 1st of 2024, and it says 15:16 on the video clip. Is that right?
That is correct.
And do you have any information from U-Haul about whether the timestamp on this particular video was accurate as reflected on this exhibit?
It was accurate.
Okay, and so this is 3:16 in the afternoon on December 1st of 2024. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And I'm stopping the video at this is 3:16:13. Do you see an individual here depicted in this video that's to the right, is towards the right side of the picture, wearing black hair and has a black coat on, sir?
Yes, I do.
Who is that individual?
That is Kevin Lychwick.
You've resumed playing the video at this point?
Yes, sir. And the state is stopping the video at 3:18 on December 1st of 2024.
That's 3:18 and 29 seconds on the timestamp.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Detective, that video that we just showed the jury, is that Mr. Lychwick closing out his storage unit?
Yes, it is.
This has been now received as State's Exhibit number 94. This is time-stamped as December 1st, 2024, and it looks like 3:18. Is that all correct, Detective?
That's correct.
And stopping the video at 3:19:30 on December 1st of 2024. Detective, do you recognize the vehicle that is depicted at the top of this exhibit?
Yes.
Whose vehicle is that, sir?
That is Mr. Lychwick's vehicle.
And continuing to play at 3:19:30. Now, Detective, this has been received as State's Exhibit number 95. Again, this is December 1st of 2024 at 3:23 in the afternoon. Is that right, sir?
That's correct.
There is a vehicle that is depicted at the top of this exhibit. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is this Mr. Lychwick's vehicle as well?
Yes, it is.
Stopping the video at 3:24:03 on December 1st of 2024. Is there a gentleman that we see in the upper left-hand corner who exits the vehicle, sir?
Yes.
Is that Mr. Lychwick?
Yes, it is.
Do you know, based on your review of this footage, what Mr. Lychwick is doing at this point in time?
Yes, he's pulled up to this gate that he came in, but this is only a one-way gate. This is only the entrance, so he's trying to motion to employees to open the gate. And then when no one does that, he will get back in his vehicle and then drive around the building and go out the exit.
Do you know whether or not this is before or after Mr. Lychwick had cleared out his storage unit?
This is after.
Resuming playing at 3:24 on December 1st, 2024, 3:24:03. And the state is stopping playing at 3:25:00 on December 1st, 2024. Detective, did Mr. Lychwick's vehicle remain at that gate for several minutes?
Yes.
And he attempted to get the attention of another U-Haul employee for the gate to be opened?
That is correct.
And he was unsuccessful in those efforts?
That's correct.
Detective, this has been received as State's Exhibit 96. It's time-stamped 3:14:54 on December 1st of 2024. State is stopping at 3:15:35 on December 1st of 2024. Detective, is this Mr. Lychwick's vehicle entering the property or exiting?
I do not believe that is Mr. Lychwick's vehicle.
Okay. The state will resume again 3:15:37. Detective, Mr. Lychwick drove a Kia, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. This is State's Exhibit 97 that's been received. This is December 1st of 2024, 3:29 in the afternoon, is that right?
That is correct.
And this particular exhibit depicts the inside of the U-Haul facility, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. The state will start playing at 3:29:59. Sir, the individual who was just depicted on this footage, that is not Mr. Lychwick, correct?
The male is Mr. Lychwick.
It is. Okay. Let's back it up then and look at it one more time. Again, starting at 3:29. And we're stopping it at 3:30 on December 1st of 2024. Do you see Mr. Lychwick now at this point, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is he the gentleman who's wearing the black coat and blue jeans?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And this particular area of the U-Haul facility, sir, which is this, from your review of walking to the unit that was rented by Mr. Lychwick, is this the area in which his storage unit would have been in the facility?
No, so it's a little confusing. I believe right here they're walking back to like the front desk area where they, as they were appearing there, I think they are coming in from the north side of the building. So after Mr. Lychwick clears out his building, or out of his storage unit, and then he moves his vehicle over there, he eventually will move his car over the north side of the building and then enter into the building, and then this is him entering the building, I believe. So this will be before that.
Okay.
This next one. This is when he will be clearing out his storage unit.
And this is State's Exhibit 98, is that right, sir?
Yes.
And this is 3:19 in the afternoon on December 1st, 2024.
Correct.
And this is the outside area of the U-Haul facility, is that right?
That is correct.
And I believe you just testified that Mr. Lychwick's vehicle will be coming into camera view shortly on this particular exhibit?
That is correct.
Okay, we'll let it run. And stopping it at 3:15:19. Is that Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Resuming again, 3:15:19.
Hang on. The timestamp, you're reading it wrong, I believe. It's 3:19:41 is where you stopped it.
Yes, that is correct. It is 3:19:41 on December 1st of 2024. and stopping it at 3:20:16 on December 1st of 2024. Do you see an individual depicted here who's exiting his vehicle now?
Yes, Mr. Lychwick will exit the driver's seat.
And does he pop the trunk area of his vehicle as well upon exiting the vehicle or before he exits the vehicle?
Yes, he does.
Okay. And at this point, Mr. Lychwick is the only individual who's in this particular vehicle from your review of the surveillance?
That's correct.
Okay. Letting this run again from 3:20:16. Stopping it at 3:20:32. Where is Mr. Lychwick entering at this particular point, Detective?
He's entering Building C, which that is a hallway that door leads to a hallway, and there are storage units on both your left and right side in this building. His unit is, it will be down this hallway and on the right, the way he's walking.
I'm sorry. Resuming playing at 3:20:32.
Attorney Tombasco, it looks like the video's locking up just for a couple of seconds at various points. I think it's resumed again here.
Okay. Would the court like me to go back, or?
Why don't you go back just a couple of seconds?
Sure. Okay. And for the record, I'm restarting it at 3:22 exactly. And I'm stopping it now at, looks like 3:21:59, so just a few seconds before. Detective, do you see Mr. Lychwick in this vehicle?
He's at the rear of his vehicle, yes.
And do you know what Mr. Lychwick is doing at this point?
He is loading duffel bags into the trunk of his vehicle.
Do you know whether these duffel bags that you're testifying to, were those the same duffel bags that were from his unit?
I believe so.
Okay. And resuming playing again, 3:29:59. Okay. I'm stopping the exhibit at 3:22:40. Detective, this has been received as State's Exhibit 99. This is time stamped as 3/14/28 on December 1st, 2024. stopping the exhibit at 31448. Is this Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, sir?
Yes, it is.
Is this the entrance area to the U-Haul facility?
Yes, it is.
Resuming playing 31448. I'm stopping the video at 3:15:55. Sir, is that Mr. Lychwick that you see exit the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And there's nobody else in that vehicle at that time upon his arrival, is that right?
That is correct.
And I have looks like just two more surveillance clips I'd like to share with you. The first is State's Exhibit 100. This is time-stamped as 3/18/28. And again, just to orient the jury, this is again the front of the U-Haul facility, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And this is stopped at 3/18/49 on December 1st, 2024. This is Mr. Lychwick again, sir?
That is correct.
And this is him getting back into his vehicle after entering the facility?
Yes, and then he'll follow the van and then that white SUV into the entrance.
Okay. We'll resume playing here at 3/18/49. Stopping the vehicle at the video at 3/19/28, and then finally, Detective, timestamp 3/23/24 on December 1st, 2024. This has been received as State's Exhibit 101. Stopping at 3/23/34. Is this Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, sir?
Yes, it is.
And is that after he was unable to access the gate that we showed on a prior exhibit?
He's actually driving up to it right now. So this is him. He has just left his storage unit because building C is the second one here, and his unit, he was parked on the far side. So he is fully loaded up, and now he's going over to the initial fence that he came in, and then he won't be able to get through there, and then he will come back because the exit is right here to the right of your screen.
I see. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Now, Detective, when you were on scene at the U-Haul facility, did you request any paperwork related to the rental of the storage unit by Mr. Lychwick?
Yes, I asked for what information they had on Mr. Lychwick.
Okay. And do you know, ultimately, sir, whether You had testified earlier in this case that Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, you followed Mr. Lychwick's vehicle back to Waukesha County after he closed out his storage unit. Do you remember that, sir?
Yes.
And do you know whether there was a period of time in which Mr. Lychwick's vehicle was actually stopped?
I don't believe it ever did stop. There was, from the moment he left the U-Haul, there was, the vehicle was always moving.
Okay. Was there a point in time in which ultimately a traffic stop was effectuated on Mr. Lychwick's vehicle?
Yes.
And was that the same day that he was coming back from the U-Haul facility?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you know whether, as a result of that traffic stop, his vehicle was searched?
It would eventually be after a search warrant was obtained.
So the vehicle was seized initially, and then a search warrant was applied for and received?
That is correct.
And do you know what, if anything, what was found as a result of that search?
Yes, I believe I called Detective Stern when I was at the U-Haul, informing him what I had observed on the cameras, where all of the items that Mr. Lychwick had loaded out of his storage unit were all in the trunk. And then Detective Stern told me later that a firearm was recovered in the trunk of the vehicle.
Do you know whether any paperwork related to Mr. Lychwick's storage unit was found in that particular vehicle?
Yes, so when I responded back to Waukesha after being at the storage facility, I assisted with going through some of the paperwork that was in the vehicle, and I also located some paperwork, specifically the U-Haul contract that Mr. Lychwick had with U-Haul for the dates of that storage unit from November 1st until December 1st.
And
as well as MapQuest directions from his address to that location.
If I was to show you a copy of that paperwork here today in court, would you recognize it?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Your Honor, this is another physical exhibit. It has been marked as State's Exhibit 149. I'm happy to show Mr. Lychwick a copy as well. I would ask permission to approach the witness to show him this exhibit.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like to see Exhibit 149? All right. The defendant just adjusted the collar on his jacket but is refusing to acknowledge the court. So therefore, Attorney Tombasco, you may approach.
Thank you so much. Detective, that exhibit has been marked as State's number 149. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And is that the paperwork that you recovered?
Just one moment. Detective, just make sure it doesn't rub up against the microphone there, please. Thank you.
Detective, may I go ahead, Your Honor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep. Detective, if you know, is that particular U-Haul paperwork what was recovered from the search of the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And that fairly and accurately depicts the copy of the U-Haul contract as well?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'm out of the exhibit and evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to the admission of 149, Mr. Lychwick? Mr. Lychwick is not acknowledging the court. Exhibit 149 is received into evidence.
Thank you. Detective, is there a name on that particular contract?
Yes, there is.
What is the name listed on that contract?
Conrad Lychwick.
And do you know anything in reference to the name Conrad of any significance in this case?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain that?
I know Mr. Lychwick goes by the first name of Conrad.
And when the individual who rented that particular storage unit did so, does there an address that particular person provided?
Yes, they did.
And what address was provided?
1512 East North Street, apartment number 11.
And do you know whether or not that is in fact Mr. Lychwick's address?
It is.
And does the paperwork contain any information concerning any promotions that U-Haul was running at the time this rental took place?
I don't know if there's any promotions on here, but I do know that the staff members there told me that they were running a 1-month free promotion during that time. And it is indicated on this document 1 month free.
Is that 149?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
That's all the questions I have, Detective. Thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have any cross-examination questions? Okay, Detective, you may step down.
Thank you.
I'll take those exhibits, please. Thank you. The state may call its next witness.
The state calls Brianna Maloney.
Ms. Maloney, you can come all the way up here to the witness stand to my left. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by my clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do.
All right, you may have a seat. That black bar with the red dot in front of you is our microphone. Just get yourself positioned nice and close to that, where you are. And when you are ready, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last name for the record.
Sure. My name is Brianna Maloney, Brianna, Maloney, Maloney.
Ms. Maloney, how are you currently employed?
I work for the Montana Conservation Corps.
And how long have you been employed with the Montana Conservation Corps?
Since February of this year.
Prior to your employment with the Minnesota Conservation Corps, did you work at a U-Haul facility located at 551 Marcellus Street in Kimberly, Wisconsin?
Yes.
How long were you employed at that U-Haul location?
Roughly 2 years.
Were you working at the U-Haul facility in Kimberly on December 1st of 2024?
Yes.
What was your position at U-Haul at that time?
I was an assistant manager.
As an assistant manager, what were your roles or responsibilities?
I managed and helped take care of 4 storage facilities and also worked one-on-one with customers over the customer service desk.
At the time, on or about December 1st of 2024, was this particular U-Haul facility running any kind of special promotion as it related to the first month's rent?
Yeah, we gave the first month free to new storage customers.
Had that been something that was ongoing and it's done for every new customer, or was that promotion only for a specific time frame?
That was ongoing for a longer period of time, yeah.
As part of your role as an assistant manager, are you familiar with any receipts or agreements or paperwork that is generated between U-Haul and either a new customer or ongoing customers?
Yes, when they sign up to have a storage unit with us, they sign a rental agreement, and then we also have a digital contract online in our own system.
When someone closes out a storage unit or closes out their account, are they then provided with any kind of receipt once that closeout is completed?
No.
Okay.
Can I change the last answer, actually? It is provided if they want it.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Permission to approach?
You may.
Now, Ms. Maloney, I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 149. There are several documents in individualized heat-sealed portions of this plastic, and I would just ask that you review each one and then let me know when you're finished.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Now, in looking at Exhibit 149 and each of those documents, are you familiar with those or have you seen those before?
Yes, I've seen all of these, and the map of the facility actually has my handwriting on it.
It does. Okay. Now, with this particular set of paperwork in front of you, can you see a customer's name anywhere on any of those documents?
Yeah, on actually the move-out receipt, Conrad Lychwick.
Okay. Now, When you were working on December 1st of 2024, did you make face-to-face contact with this customer named Conrad Lychwick?
Not face-to-face, no.
Are you aware of whether Mr. Lychwick came into this U-Haul facility to move out his items and close out his account?
That I am aware of, yes.
How are you aware of that?
I was in the general vicinity when it happened. I wasn't in the same room. And my colleague that I was working with at that day let me know of the situation because he had come in to ask for our assistance with the move out.
And then, did Mr. Lychwick have any balance, or did he have to pay anything once he closed out his storage unit?
No, he did not.
Does it say on that receipt what the storage unit number was?
Yes, room 679.
Okay. Now, do you recall maybe morning or afternoon when Mr. Lychwick had come to the U-Haul facility, or at least do you remember when you first knew that he was there?
Yes, it was in the afternoon, maybe between 3 and 3:30.
Okay. Now, what is standard practice for U-Haul employees once somebody moves their items out of a storage facility if they've closed their account?
Standard practice is we close their account and then we'll go outside or to wherever the unit is. We verify that there's no longer a lock on the unit and verify that there's no items left in there. And then if that is the case, that it's empty, we make it ready to rent for the next customer.
The afternoon of December 1st of 2024, did you receive a call from law enforcement regarding Mr. Lychwick's storage unit?
Yes.
Was that out of the ordinary for you to get a phone call from law enforcement about a customer storage unit?
Yes, very much so.
What, without telling me exactly, sorry, strike that, I'll rephrase that. Did the officer who was on the phone with you ask about a customer named Conrad Lychwick?
Yes, he said Kevin or Conrad, but yes.
Okay, thank you for correcting me. Were you able to answer him in terms of whether you knew of a customer by the name of Kevin or Conrad Lychwick had been on the premises?
Yes, I told him that we did have him as a customer about 15 minutes before because he had just finished moving out and left already.
At that point, did you go and check to make sure all of the items were removed from that storage unit?
After the phone call, yes.
Okay, about how long was the phone call, do you know?
Maybe 5-10 minutes long, not very long.
Had Mr. Lychwick already left the premises when you got the call from law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you end up speaking in person with any law enforcement officers on December 1st of 2024?
I don't believe we spoke in person on that day. It was the following day that they came in and I spoke to them that day.
Okay. Okay. And when you checked that storage unit, it was completely empty. Is that fair to say?
Yes, correct.
Okay, I do not have any other questions for this witness.
Very well. Mr. Lychwick, do you have any questions for this witness on cross-examination? All right, Ms. Maloney, you may sit down.
Thank you.
Could you hand that exhibit to me, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Attorney Tom Bosco?
David Plata, Your Honor, will be our next witness.
All right, so you can come up to the witness stand. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to get sworn in by the clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. You may have a seat. Get yourself situated nice and close to the microphone, and when you are ready, please start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
My name is David Plata, D-A-V-I-D. Last name is Plata, P-L-A-T-T-A.
You may go ahead.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, Mr. Plata. Can you please tell the jury what your rank within the Waukesha Police Department is, sir?
I'm a specialist at the Waukesha Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Waukesha Police Department, sir?
I'm in my 23rd year.
And directing your attention to October 30th of 2024, did you respond to 1512 East North Street?
Yes.
And did you respond to assist with the death investigation at that time, sir?
Yes.
And when you arrived at that particular location, were you tasked with specifically assisting with the search of apartment 13?
Yes.
And apartment 13, who resided in apartment 13 at that particular residence?
At the time, it was victim Carlos.
Okay. Is his last name Maldonado?
Yes.
And at the did you in fact make entry into that particular apartment, sir?
Yes.
And when you made entry into the apartment, can you describe the condition of that particular apartment?
The apartment looked like a normal apartment. Normal life. There didn't appear to be any sort of signs of a struggle. Didn't appear to be anything in disarray. It was a lived-in look in the apartment with nobody in it.
Did it appear to you to be fairly clean?
Yes.
And 2 days later, then, directing your attention to November 1st of 2024, did you respond back to apartment 13 at that particular residence?
Yes.
And were you tasked or were you specifically doing something specifically at apartment 13 on that day, sir?
Yeah, we were doing a more thorough investigation for suspicious circumstances, and it involved photography, a more detailed search of the apartment, and looking for any sort of signs of other evidence.
Did you process that particular apartment using a concept known as blue star latent blood stain reagent?
Yes.
And is reagent spelled R-E-A-G-E-N-T?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
Blue star reagent is basically a different version of luminol. It will cause fluorescence if there's presence of blood. We used that to see if there's any of the stains in the apartment were possibly blood. Throughout the apartment, I tested numerous different locations of stains. The only spot that had a slight reaction was the bathroom sink. However, which was a very minimal reaction, upon examining that, we did not observe any sort of blood or tissue or anything that was in the sink or around it, and the reaction was so minimal, it was determined that it could have been just through natural use of the sink for shaving or other situations.
If Carlos had been killed in that, or excuse me, Mr. Maldonado had been killed in that particular apartment that he lived in, would you expect to have seen more of a reaction when you did the blue star latent bloodstained reagent?
It would depend on how or where he was killed. If he was killed on something that in there that could have been removed and that would have absorbed any blood, then we would not have had any reaction. But if it was not, we would probably expected to find at least some sort of reaction or something. If he was injured, that there would be something like where he tried to clean up from an injury that, there would be the reaction in a tub or a sink or somewhere.
And do you have any specialized training and experience that allows you to appropriately operate this blue star latent bloodstained region analysis?
Yes, I've had training from the Milwaukee Crime Lab for the use of this reagent.
And just in terms of your experience, how many times have you utilized this practice in the scope of your employment?
About a total of 6 times so far.
Now, Detective, directing your attention now a little bit forward to December 2nd of 2024. On that particular day, were you called to provide service for the search warrant?
Yes.
And you were called in to provide service of a search warrant regarding Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, is that right?
Correct.
And when you arrived on the scene where Mr. Lychwick's vehicle was, were you tasked to do something specifically?
I assisted with the collection of evidence from the vehicle. My partner did most of the photography of it. Once evidence was collected and secured, I assisted in processing a couple of items that were recovered.
Do you know whether there was a particular boot that belonged to Mr. Lychwick that was recovered from the vehicle?
Yes, there was a heavier outside utility type boot.
Type of boot, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do anything specifically with reference to this boot?
Yes, I observed that there was kind of a reddish stain on the boot, so we collected a couple swabs of it in case it was possibly blood for further analysis.
And you used the word swab. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? What do you mean by swab?
For swabs, we have, they're sterile swabs. They're basically like a large Q-tip. They come in a package of 2. It's sterile from there. We remove it. We swab the item with like a wipe or 2, kind of like we're wiping it down, and then secure it into a sterile packaging for a cardboard box in order to maintain the integrity of any possible like DNA evidence from it.
And did you swab specific areas on this boot?
Yes, the areas of the reddish substance.
And just to remind the jury again, which areas did you observe the red substance on?
It was on the bottom of it and a little bit on this side of the boot.
Based on your training and experience, is that red substance consistent with that of being human blood?
At the time, I did not know if it was suspected blood. I would not be able to say for sure at the time if it was 100% human blood or not. It just was a suspicious reddish substance at the time.
And what happened to the swabs that you actually executed with respect to this item? What happened after you finished with them?
I packaged them and sealed them, and I believe my partner would have taken them down to the crime lab at some point.
And who was your partner at this point, sir?
Specialist Andrew Schmidt.
And did you collect a total of 4 sets of swabs as it relates to this boot?
Yes.
When you were assisting with the search of Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, were you made aware of any firearms that were inside the vehicle?
Yes, there was one firearm located.
And do you know where this firearm was located?
I believe it was located in the trunk.
And when you were on scene, were you asked to also swab this particular firearm?
I did not swab the firearm on scene. We collected the firearms and all the rest of the evidence. Once we got it back into our processing area, then that's where I swabbed the scene as we could maintain it in as sterile of an environment as possible for processing.
So basically the reason why you did not swab that firearm on scene was the environment was not appropriate.
Yes, correct. It was outdoor in our pole barn with numerous other items nearby. We wanted to keep it secured, isolated, so to prevent any sort of cross-contamination. Once we were able to finish that, we brought the items in so I could swab it in a more sterile environment to avoid any sort of contamination.
And when you completed the swabs of both the boot and this firearm, were you wearing gloves?
Yes.
And why were you wearing gloves?
To prevent any sort of contamination from either my DNA getting onto the item or, transferring DNA from other items.
Is that a standard practice in your department?
Correct. We handle items with gloves, and when we're going to do DNA, we set up the items, set up our area, put on a fresh pair of gloves that has not touched anything other than anything until we are ready to swab the items, at which point we grab the sterile swabs, process the firearm, secure everything, and then repackage it. So the pair of gloves has not touched any items belonging to the suspect, myself, or the PD. They are removed from the box, put on, process the firearm, and then items are secured.
And the firearm that you located in Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, was it a silver Luger P-08?
Yes.
And in terms of the area that you swabbed this firearm, which areas did you swab specifically on this firearm?
I swabbed the grip area of the firearm, I swabbed the slide of the firearm, and then the trigger area of the firearm.
And why did you swab those particular areas of the weapon, sir?
Just from firearm handling, I know those are the primary areas that somebody will manipulate, so I try to collect those 3 swabs to have the highest potential for locating a person's DNA on the firearm.
So the reason why you swabbed those particular areas is because those are the commonly used areas. If an individual's DNA would be on the particular firearm, those would be the areas.
Yes.
Is that an appropriate clarification?
Yes.
Thank you. And do you know ultimately, sir, the swabs that you collected from this Luger firearm, what happened to them after you finished with them?
Again, my partner, Specialist Schmidt, took them down to the crime lab for testing.
And do you know whether the crime lab is able to do a further analysis of these types of swabs when they receive it?
Yes.
Just 1 second, sir. Yeah. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like to ask any cross-examination questions of this witness? All right. Specialist, you may sit down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, fair enough. Your Honor, our next witness would be Specialist Andy Schmidt.
Okay. Specialist, you may come all the way up to the witness stand here. When you get up to the chair, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. You may have a seat. Get yourself positioned by the microphone there, and when you are ready, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Andrew Schmidt. Last name is spelled Schmidt.
And your first?
Andrew, Andrew.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Specialist Smith, where are you employed, sir?
City Waukesha Police Department.
And how long have you been in law enforcement?
I'm in my 21st year.
And as a specialist, are you assigned to a specific area, or can you just tell the jury a little bit more? What does it mean that you're in fact a specialist?
I work in our evidence and forensics unit, which is a promotional position from the patrol position.
And sir, directing your attention to November 8th of 2024, on that particular day, do you recall transporting some items to the crime lab for analysis?
I do.
Okay. And can you just tell the jury a little bit more? So what is the process by which items that are seized are brought to the crime lab for further analysis?
It depends on the type of case that we're investigating. The crime lab has certain limits to what can be submitted, or they have limits on how many items can be submitted depending on the, area of study that you want the crime lab to analyze. For example, DNA initially will usually only take 10 items, sometimes less, sometimes more, depending on the approval process that you have to go to.
And so when an item is submitted to a crime lab for further analysis, what is sent to the lab memorialized in some manner?
Yes, they have us write up a transmittal, which describes the item, the property number that is associated with the item that we're taking down there, as well as information on the case as well.
Okay. And so are you familiar with these transmittal forms, meaning if I was to show you that here today in court, would you recognize it, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, at this point, I would ask that we show the witness what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 109. Sir, are you able to see the exhibit or no?
No.
You have to slide it over.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Now are you able to see it, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, is this the normal routine form that would contain what you submitted to the crime lab, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And that fairly and accurately depicts the form that you would normally submit to the crime lab?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you submitted on this particular day, is that right, sir?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I now move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to Exhibit 109 being received? It will be received.
Okay. Now, sir, in terms of this particular item, did you transmit to the crime lab several different items that are identified as white rope?
I did.
Okay. Do you know the significance of that white rope in terms of the investigation?
I am aware of it, yes.
Okay. What is the significance, sir?
White rope or rope-like substances had been located around the victim. And we had also, and that white rope in particular on this transmittal was obtained during the autopsy process.
Okay. And, sir, on this particular date as well, did you submit a cardboard box that contained copper-colored metal projectiles?
I did.
And what is in fact, did you submit 2 cardboard boxes containing projectiles?
Yes.
And what is the significance of these projectiles, sir?
Those projectiles were located within the tarp where the victim had been located.
Okay. And so these 2 projectiles had come from the victim in this case?
Yes, that's what it was believed.
Just one moment, sir. You were saying? Yeah. And to clarify, the location of each projectile, one came from the victim's head, is that right?
I wasn't at the autopsy. I just had picked them up. But according to the transmittal, yes.
Okay. And then the second one came from the victim's torso?
Yes.
Okay. Special Smith, directing your attention now to December 2nd of 2024. Were you involved in the search of the defendant, Mr. Lychwick's vehicle on that particular day?
Yes, I was.
And in his particular vehicle was a Kia, is that right?
That's correct.
Would it be fair to say that the Kia was a gray-colored vehicle in nature?
Yes.
And in terms of the search of the vehicle, where specifically did this vehicle search take place?
The vehicle search took place in the Waukesha Police Department's pole barn.
Okay. And was the vehicle actually transported there from the site of a traffic stop?
It was, yes.
And why was the vehicle transported to that particular location that you just testified to so the search could commence?
Because we wanted to search the vehicle, and we knew that there were several items in that vehicle. So the pole barn was chosen because there was more room to operate and to conduct a better and methodical search.
And you used the word methodical in terms of the vehicle search. What do you mean by that? Can you clarify that just a little bit more?
Knowing how this investigation was going, we wanted to make sure that we searched the vehicle thoroughly and also documented the items that we removed from the vehicle appropriately. I've been a part of searches in the past where vehicles kind of get ransacked and people don't understand where items came from. That's not what we wanted to do with this investigation. We wanted to make sure that everything was thoroughly documented and where it came from.
Okay. And in terms of the, is it fair to say that the search of the vehicle was not only methodical, but it was deliberate as well?
It was.
Okay. And were certain measures or steps taken in order to preserve the integrity of the vehicle search when it was conducted?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury what were those steps, sir?
Each compartment of the vehicle was searched individually, and as items were removed from that vehicle, we had placed clean white tarps down on the ground, so that way we wouldn't get anything dirty or contaminated. Each of those white tarps was labeled with the compartment of the car that it came from. We didn't move on to another compartment of the vehicle until we were done and satisfied that we had thoroughly searched that compartment of the car and we had satisfied what we were looking for.
So essentially you put out separate labels to denote each specific area of the vehicle so you knew what item came from what location of the vehicle.
That's correct.
And that was for better record-keeping labor, so there was never any doubt about which item came from what location?
That's correct.
Okay. And to your knowledge, do you know whether Mr. Lychwick's vehicle trunk was searched?
It was.
Okay. And as a result of that search, do you know whether any particular firearms were located, sir?
A firearm was located in the trunk, yes.
And what type of firearm was that, if you recall, sir?
It was a semi-automatic pistol that was of the Luger style from a World War II era.
And, sir, if I showed you a copy of that firearm here today in court, do you think you would recognize it from the search?
I would.
Your Honor, may I approach the clerk to obtain some scissors and gloves?
You may.
Okay. Okay. I got the gloves here. Do you have a pair of scissors, Madam Clerk? Thank you. Your Honor, this has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 157. I would ask the court's permission now to approach the witness so I can show him this specific exhibit.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like to examine 157 first? All right, Mr. Lychwick looked at the court and did not acknowledge the court, so Attorney Tombasco, you may approach with it.
Thank you very much. And Your Honor, just so the record is clear, I've also supplied this witness with a pair of scissors from your clerk as well as a set of black gloves as well. Detective, do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, this is the gun box that the firearm that we had seized from Mr. Lychwick's vehicle was collected in.
And you are aware which type of firearm is located within that particular glove box?
I am.
And there is something taped to the package of that exhibit. Is that right, sir?
That is correct.
What is that?
The bullets that were included with the magazine originally, and the 2 test-fired projectiles that came from the crime lab that were also packaged originally inside the box.
And can you give us a little bit more? What exactly is a gun box, sir?
A gun box is a standard cardboard box that we typically package firearms in.
And is that box completely sealed, sir?
It is.
Okay. And that is indeed the firearm as you recall it when it was seized from Mr. Lychwick's vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to the exhibit 157, Mr. Lychwick? Mr. Lychwick is not responding. That will be received.
Detective, I'm going to ask you with the court's permission in a few moments to actually break the seal on that particular gun, but is it completely sealed at this point, sir?
It is.
And why is that?
So that way we don't have any cross-contamination issues later on.
And is that firearm labeled in some manner?
Yes, there is a bar-coded label on the front of it, as well as labels from the crime lab from where they processed and analyzed it.
And before I actually ask you to break the seal, is that firearm been rendered safe, sir?
It has.
Okay. There's no ammunition in the weapon at this point?
No.
Okay. But are there some bullets that are on the exterior of that gun case as well?
There are.
Okay. And is that how you found that, or can you provide the jury with a little bit more information concerning that?
I had, knowing that this firearm was going to be brought in for an exhibit, I had removed the packaging that was included inside the box. Prior history with courts, sometimes the judges don't want ammunition inside the box, so I wanted to remove it ahead of time if it was not going to be allowed.
And Your Honor, at this point, I know it's a very sensitive exhibit, but I would ask that the witness be allowed to break the seal and then published by walking back and forth to show the jury the firearm.
Any objection to that proposal, Mr. Lychwick? Hearing none, I will grant that request.
And before we do that, actually, I thought of one other thing as well. Is there a magazine, sir, that's still contained in that box as well?
There is.
Okay. Is that the magazine that came from that particular firearm?
It is.
Okay. I would ask now that the witness be allowed to break the seal.
All right, you may proceed.
And sir, if you didn't mind just doing a couple of passes back and forth so the jury can actually see what it is that you're actually holding in your hand, sir.
record will reflect that the witness has displayed the contents of the box. The firearm is still zip tied to the box, so it was displayed in that fashion back and forth to the jury.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Specialist Schmidt, when that firearm was discovered, was there anything in particular that you located of evidentiary value on the barrel?
There were some blue rags that appeared to be like shop rags that were attached to the firearm with several rubber bands.
Okay. And when the search was completed, was that disrupted in any way, or was that just the way that you found it?
That was just the way we had found it.
So you didn't add either the towel or the rubber bands when you transported it back to your evidence room for safekeeping?
No.
Now, Specialist Schmidt, when you were engaged in the search of this particular vehicle, did you locate any ammunition that correspond to that particular firearm?
Yes.
Okay. And if I showed you that here today in court, would you recognize it from that particular search?
Yes.
Okay. Detective, Specialist Smith, did you transport any of the projectiles that came from the victim in this case?
To the crime lab?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. And so would you recognize them here today in court if I showed them to you?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, once again, I have two physical exhibits here. They're marked as 155 and 156. I'm happy to show them as well to Mr. Lychwick. I would ask that I be allowed to approach the witness after doing so and show these to him.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like to see exhibits 155 and 156? Mr. Lychwick is not responding. Attorney Tombasco, you may approach the witness.
Thank you. Sir, showing me what's been marked as State's Exhibit 155 and 156, can you please just tell us what are those two exhibits, sir?
The two exhibits are cardboard boxes with our Waukesha police evidence inventory labels on them. And then heat sealed above them are two metal projectiles.
And do you know whether those two projectiles were the ones that came from the victim in this case?
Yes, those are the ones.
And again, you did transport those to the lab for further analysis, is that right?
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, I now move the two exhibits into evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection, Mr. Lychwick, to 155 and 156? Hearing no objection, they are received.
Thank you. Specialist Nelson, I asked you a few moments ago about some of the towels that were found on the Luger firearm. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Why were those not disturbed when you located this firearm in the defendant's trunk?
Given the circumstances of this investigation, it was decided to not disturb them or to try to remove them. Our expertise in firearms is pretty substantial. However, the crime lab has better quality control and they're able to better process those items more than what we're capable of.
And sir, was there a point in time in this investigation where you made another run and brought additional items to the crime lab?
I transported items 2 separate times to the crime lab, yes.
Okay. And do you know whether one of those times involved buccal swabs that came from Mr. Lychwick himself?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, can I just have this next exhibit displayed for the witness as well? Sir, are you able to see this on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And this has been marked as State's Exhibit number 108. Is that right, sir?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you know approximately when you transmitted? Well, actually, let me back up and ask it this way. This is another form for transmittal of evidence to the crime lab. Is that right, sir?
That is correct.
Okay. So this is another example of something that you brought to the state crime lab for further analysis. Is that right?
It is correct.
Okay. And when we scroll down on this particular form, does it indicate what specifically you brought to the crime lab?
It does.
And what did you bring to the crime lab, sir?
4 DNA swabs from the defendant, obtained from his left and right cheek.
And do you know when these were brought to the crime lab, sir?
Shortly after December 6th.
Yeah, I now move the exhibit in evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to this exhibit, Mr. Lychwick? There is no objection from the defendant. Attorney Tombasco, this was 108.
It is, let me scroll up really quick. It is 108, Your Honor, that is right.
That will be received.
Okay. Sir, when a buccal swab is typically brought to the lab, is it very common for such a sample to be later tested by the crime lab?
If it's requested to, yes.
Sir, you mentioned just a few moments ago that you had made a third trip with items that were recovered to the crime lab. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
Do you recall when you made that trip, sir?
I made a trip December 5th, I believe.
Okay. And, sir, when you made that trip or before you made that trip, would you have also filled out a transmittal form for that particular trip as well?
Yes, each trip to the crime lab requires its separate transmittal.
Okay. And, sir, are you able to see a form that's, well, it's been marked now as State's Exhibit 110 on your screen?
The exhibit number isn't there, but I do see the form. Yes.
Okay. And, Your Honor, for the record, I would ask that this exhibit be referenced as State's Exhibit 110. There is no number on it, but that's what I would be requesting.
I'm sorry. There was a cop and I missed.
Sure. I would be asking that this be marked as State's Exhibit number 110.
Sure, it will be. Just make sure that when it gets into the record, it has that appropriate sticker on it.
Sure, absolutely, Your Honor. And so you are able to see this exhibit as well, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on this particular exhibit, does it indicate whether some particular swabs were sent to the crime lab?
Yes.
And specifically, does it indicate several swabs for DNA from several boots?
Yes.
Do you know whose boots these are that were swabbed?
These were boots that were located in the defendant's vehicle.
So these were Mr. Lychwick's boots?
Yes.
And in addition to that, does it also indicate whether a swab of a particular firearm was administered or submitted as well?
Yes.
And that was a Luger pistol?
Yes.
And that was the same Luger pistol that you found in the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
Yeah, I now move the exhibit in evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to the receipt of Exhibit 110, Mr. Lychwick? Hearing none, it will be received.
Specialist, do you know whether the boots that were swabbed were seized by the police in this case?
They were. We wouldn't swab them without seizing them.
Okay. And if I showed you those here today in court, would you be able to recognize whether those were the boots that were actually seized?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, for the record, these have been marked as State's Exhibit 150 for the right and State's Exhibit number 150A for the left boot. Once again, I'm happy to show them to Mr. Lychwick if he would like. I'd be asking to approach the witness.
Attorney Tombasco, you said 150 and 150A?
Correct. 150 is for the right boot and 150A is for the left boot.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like to examine those before they are presented to the witness? Mr. Lychwick doesn't respond. Despite making eye contact with the court, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, just to kind of set the stage a little bit, those two exhibits that I handed you, they are sealed, is that right?
They are.
And is that the common procedure for evidence that is seized, that it is sealed in that manner?
Yes.
And is that, again, to prevent any contamination?
Yes.
And so those two particular items have not been tampered with or altered with in any way? They are just as you received them when they were recovered from the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to the admission of 150 and 150A? Hearing none, it is received, or they are received.
Thank you. And I would be asking at this point for the court to allow this witness to break the seal on these items and again show them to the jury.
Any objection to that process, Mr. Lychwick? Hearing none, you may proceed.
Is there any particular order you want me to open them?
No.
You got the first one open?
Yes.
Okay.
So, sir, I would, with the court's permission, of course, I would ask that you just do a couple of passes so the jury can actually see.
Why don't we have both boots opened
Okay.
and then they can be published at the same time?
Perfect.
You want me to hold them up together? Or?
Yes, please.
This is 150. And this is left and right.
And, Your Honor, I would just ask, is the witness able to stand and actually show them that way? It might be easier for the jury to see if we do it that way.
That's fine.
Swipe back and forth.
I think I just said that we'd like you to just stand at the witness stand. If you could just hold them up, and I'll ask that the record reflect that the witness is holding up both the boots that have been received as an exhibit for the jury's view.
It will reflect.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Lychwick, would you like to ask this witness any questions on cross-examination? Mr. Lychwick does not acknowledge the court. Therefore, specialist, you may step down. Thank you.
Do you want these items?
You can, I'll tell you what, why don't you hand me the items except for the box?
Okay.
I'm going to have my deputy, or one of the deputies, take possession of the box for right now.
Judge, we're actually going to need that for the next witness. Is it okay? Can we just leave it in close proximity so I can have my next witness reference it? Thank you.
You have another witness you want to call this afternoon?
We do. We have Jessica Crawford, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, the court may call its next witness. Or, excuse me, the state may call its next witness.
Yeah, we call Jessica Crawford, Your Honor.
Ms. Crawford, you can come all the way up to the witness stand here. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat. when you get yourself positioned by the microphone right there, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
My name is Jessica Crawford, JESSICA
You may proceed.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Ms. Crawford. Can you please tell the jury how you're employed?
I am a firearms and toolmark examiner with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, Milwaukee Laboratory.
And specifically, are you employed within the Division of Forensic Science?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's Forensic Sciences, right, plural?
Correct.
Okay. And your official title is Firearms and Tool Marks Examiner, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And how long have you held your current position, ma'am?
Approximately 10 years.
And do you have any specific education that qualifies you to hold your current position?
I have a Bachelor's of Science from Fort Hays State University.
And have you completed any specialized training or experience that qualifies you to hold your current position, ma'am?
Yes, I have completed the Firearm and Toolmark Examiner training program that is provided by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
And as a part of your career, do you participate in any continuing education and or training requirements?
I do.
And does this allow you to remain current on topics in your field?
It does, yes.
Yep. Can you give the jury just a sample? What sort of continuing education or training do you participate in?
So we receive what we call proficiency tests. We receive a few of those each year that test us on the different disciplines in which we work. These are provided to us by a third-party organization and given to us in the form of a black box study. So essentially, we don't know the results. We do the work as casework, and then we return the results to the organization, and they provide us with results after the fact to ensure that we are staying competent on the work that we provide.
And throughout your career, have you ever been asked to present at conferences regarding topics in your field?
Yes.
And can you give the jury a sample? What topics have you presented on?
I present on evidence handling. I have presented on firearm and tool mark examination, and I have presented on Daubert hearings, which is a motion throughout the courts.
And have you testified in court before, ma'am?
I have, yes.
How many times have you testified?
About 120 times.
And Ms. Crawford, are you familiar with a concept that's known as firearms identification?
Yes.
Can you please just tell the jury, what is firearms identification?
With firearms identification, we are looking at firearms and firearm-related evidence like fired cartridge cases and fired bullets or projectiles. And we are comparing the fired bullets and projectiles to the firearm or to each other.
And as part of the 120 times that you've testified in court, have you ever testified regarding firearms identification?
Exclusively.
Okay. So the 120 times you've testified have all been related to firearms identification?
Yes.
Okay. And the specific training and experience and education that you've just defined, is all of that in relation to that particular topic, firearms identification?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And ma'am, are you familiar with a document that's known as a Statement of Qualifications?
I am.
Okay. And can you tell the jury, what is that?
A statement of qualifications is essentially a working resume. So it will have information regarding the work that I have done, the trainings I have done, the testimonies I have done within my time frame at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
Okay. And ma'am, well, Madam Clerk, if we could just project this on the witness's screen. Ms. Crawford, I'm just going to show you this document. It's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 113, and I'm going to ask if you recognize it.
Yes.
Okay. Is this your Statement of Qualifications, ma'am?
This looks like the first page of it, yes.
Okay. I'm going to scroll through and just let me know if it all looks correct.
Yes.
Okay. And this is your Statement of Qualifications, is that right?
It is, yes.
Okay. And as part of your career, is it an expectation that you maintain this type of document?
Yes.
And that is so you can testify in court regarding what you do on a daily basis?
Correct.
Yep. Your Honor, I now move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to Exhibit 113? The defendant does not respond. The exhibit will be received.
And Your Honor, at this point, I would ask that the court receive Ms. Crawford as an expert witness pursuant to WISC Stat 907.02 subsection 1, specifically in the field of firearms identification.
That is for the jury to determine.
Okay. Ms. Crawford, in relation to your work at the Wisconsin State Laboratory, do you receive firearms for identification and testing?
I do.
And when a firearm comes to you for testing, what is the procedure that you follow?
So when I receive a firearm, I will first examine that firearm to ensure that it hasn't been manipulated or damaged. Then we create a worksheet where we indicate all of the different manufacturing, make information on the worksheet. Once I've gone through the entire firearm, ensured that it is safe to fire, we perform 2 test fires of every firearm where I actively go into a shooting range and fire and collect the ammunition fired from the firearm.
And where do you get your hands on the ammunition that you use for test firing, the weapons that you receive?
We have a reference library of ammunition that we use to do all test firing with.
And the procedure that you just explained to the jury, is that followed each and every time, ma'am?
It is.
And why is it important that you follow that procedure each and every time?
For the quality control aspect of the work that we do to ensure that things are being done accurately and complete.
And after you finish test firing the weapon that is sent to you, do you complete or memorialize your findings in some sort of document?
Yes.
And what is that document?
Well, we do have notes, and then we also will write a report, and that report will have our findings.
And is this report known as a firearms identification report?
I believe it's a Wisconsin State Crime Lab report, but it is my report that indicates the firearms work.
I see. And is that something that that you do each and every time you finish, is fill out that report?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, ma'am, as it relates to this particular case, do you know whether your lab received a firearm for testing that you analyzed here?
Do you have a laboratory number you could provide me?
I'll tell you what, maybe I can do even one better, ma'am. Do you know whether you completed a report in reference to a firearm in this case?
Yes, I do believe I did.
Okay. And if I was to show you a copy of that report here today in court, would that assist you in your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, are you able to see what's now been projected on your screen?
I can, yes.
Okay. And this is marked as State's Exhibit number 114, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, ma'am, just scrolling up, is that your name that's located at the top of this report?
That is my name, yes.
Okay. And so what is the when you analyze a weapon, is that the routine practice that you affix your name and your signature to this report?
That's correct.
Okay. And so does this assist you in terms of evaluating which firearm you analyzed in this particular case?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, this is your regular practice, is to complete reports such as this in the scope of your employment?
It is.
Yeah, I asked the record that we receive the exhibit in for evidence.
Any objection to Exhibit 114, Mr. Lychwick? Hearing no objection, the court will receive Exhibit 114.
And, Your Honor, I would ask that we publish to the jury.
Any objection to the publication, Mr. Lychwick? All right, it will be published.
So, ma'am, I'd like to start with the first section of this report. Do you see that there's an indication that says item AD1?
Yes.
Okay. And item AD1, is this the firearm that you received in your laboratory for testing?
Yes.
Okay. And what type of weapon is this?
This is a Germany Mauser, a model Luger 42 or 1939, 9mm caliber semi-automatic pistol.
Okay. And then there's also something on this one that says with six landing grooves, right and twist, rifle barrel. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does that mean?
The 6 lands and grooves and right-hand twist rifle barrel would indicate the characteristics of the interior of the barrel of this firearm.
And when you receive a weapon at your particular lab, are there some sort of stickers that are noted on it when it receives?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I believe that there's the firearm should be close by. If I could just use that with the witness, please.
Sure. The witness can use the gun box right there, which is identified as Exhibit 157.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Crawford, do you have Exhibit number 157 in front of you?
I do.
Okay. And is that, are there stickers on that came from your lab?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Crawford, a previous witness has testified that the firearm has been rendered safe, too. You may proceed.
Thank you very much. So now, moving down, there's a section that says item AD2. Can you just explain that for the jury?
AD2 is a magazine that has 7 unfired 9mm caliber cartridges with it.
And is this an item that you would have received in your laboratory for testing?
Correct.
Okay, so you received, at the time that this Luger firearm was sent to you, also included with the submission was a magazine and then some unfired 9mm cartridges, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then continuing to move down, there's an item I and an item J. Do you see that as well?
Yes, I do.
Can you please explain what is item I and what is item J?
Item I is 1 fired 9mm caliber full metal jacket bullet with 6 lands and grooves and a right hand twist. Item J is also 1 fired 9mm caliber full metal jacket bullet with 6 lands and grooves and a right hand twist impression.
So these items I and item J, these are also items that were submitted to you for testing as well?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I believe these items have also been previously received. If we could just show those to the witness as well.
And they should be right there for the witness as well. Those are, those were part of 157, correct?
Yes.
They're on the box.
INJ here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Item I and J, Attorney Thompson, did you pull out Exhibits 155 and 156?
I did, yes. They were up there. Those are the projectiles recovered from the victim's head and torso during the autopsy.
Sure. So just so the record's clear, then, with reference to item I and item J, those refer to Exhibits 155 and 156.
Thank you very much. So you have those in front of you, ma'am, as well?
I do.
Okay. Okay. Ma'am, with respect to all 3 of those items, are there yellow stickers indicated on each item?
There are, yes.
Okay, can you explain that a little bit more?
So the yellow barcode sticker is something that's applied to each piece of evidence as it's received from law enforcement to the crime lab. It provides a laboratory case number and a laboratory item designation, and the barcode allows us to track and follow the chain of custody throughout the laboratory as the item is worked.
Okay. And again, moving down the report, if I could, please, you had testified earlier that you test-fired this particular weapon, this Luger firearm that you received. Is that right?
That is correct.
And when you test-fired this particular weapon, did you find there to be any malfunctions regarding it?
I did not.
Okay. So the weapon was capable of recycling a bullet through it. Is that right?
Yes, it did function.
Okay. I'm just going to take the exhibit down for 1 second here, ma'am. Actually, Madam Clerk, can we bring the exhibit back up for the witness at this point?
Just for the witness?
Yes, please.
Sure.
Ma'am, is there a section of your, well, first and foremost, do you have this document in front of you as well, ma'am?
I do.
Okay. Do you see a section in this report that's called microscopic comparison conclusion?
Yes, I do see. I just see the title at this time.
Okay. Can you explain what that is?
So microscopic comparison is going to be a comparison of the class and individual characteristics of a fired piece of evidence. So say we would take these test-fired cartridge cases and bullets, we would then do a microscopic comparison to fired evidence like cartridge cases or bullets that were received to compare the markings that are left over on those bullets and cartridge cases from the firing process that are imparted from the firearm onto those pieces of evidence. We use what's called a comparison microscope, and we compare them by using two stages or two microscopes that are connected by one optical bridge. And I look at both objects simultaneously, comparing the microscopic striations and impressions to each other in order to come to a conclusion.
And ma'am, just to kind of flush that out just a little bit more, actually before I do that, Your Honor, we've now switched computers. Can we just now, once again, place this back on the screen for the jury? I just didn't want the jury to see my questions.
Oh, for the jury?
Yes,
Sure.
yes, please. Yep.
So Exhibit 114 will again be displayed to the jury.
If we zoom in a little bit more on that. So, ma'am, you were just testifying about this, the section microscopic comparison conclusions. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you're performing a comparison on what is listed as item I and item J, is that right in there?
That is correct.
Okay. So what you're doing then is you're performing a comparison between what you received, which is item I and item J, with the bullets or the projectiles that you have in your laboratory. Is that right?
Correct. The ones that I fired through the firearm compared.
Okay. And when a firearm is recycled through a particular weapon, in this case, a 1939 Luger, does the cartridge have any specific markings or something that would indicate it came from that particular weapon?
That is my experience.
Yep. Can you explain that a little bit more to the jury?
So during the manufacturing process, when a firearm is being made, it's being made with tools. As those tools are forging those different parts, those tools are changing in themselves. So I like to think of it like a piece of chalk. So say you have a fresh piece of chalk, and you take it and you score it on the ground. When you look at that end, you're going to see some striations, you're going to see some impressions from the ground that you just rubbed it against. Now, if you were to take it and do it again, you may still see some of those striations and impressions from that first time, but there may be some subtle or different changes that are happening during each time that you're marking that piece of chalk. So the tools that are used in the manufacturing process are similar in the sense that as they wear through each item that they're making, they also have slight changes. So that's where we have that difference between class characteristics and individual characteristics. A class characteristic will be something that's done, decided in manufacturing. So something like the caliber or that amount of lands and grooves, that would be something that was decided and is a class characteristic. I would expect that many Lugers would have a 6 right-hand twist barrel. Those microscopic striations and impressions that are happening during that manufacturing process where those tools are then wearing through each piece that it's making, those are going to be those individual characteristics, those microscopic striations and impressions that we're using in order to identify a particular gun back to the pieces of evidence that we receive.
I see. Thank you for that explanation. And so so again, referring you back to the item that's listed as AD1, the weapon that you received, and then the 2 items that you spent regarding item I and item J, do you have an opinion regarding whether items I and item J came from item AD1 based on your testing?
I do.
Yes. Can you please state that opinion, ma'am?
It is my opinion that items I and J, the 2 fired 9mm caliber bullets, were fired through the barrel of item AD1, which is the Germany Mauser Luger.
1 second, ma'am. Ma'am, when you look at all of these items, do they all have the appropriate crime lab designation?
The barcode sticker?
Yes.
Yes, they did.
Okay. And in terms of the item I and item J that you just testified to, is that opinion made to a reasonable degree of professional certainty?
It is, yes.
And what specifically would you point to informing that opinion?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
Sure. What specifically, you've just testified that it's your conclusion that item I and item J were recycled through item AD1. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what do you rely on specifically in forming that opinion?
So that opinion is based off of my training and experience as a firearms and tool mark examiner.
Okay. Is there anything in particular that you would point to on those particular items, any stratations or something that would be in support of that?
So during my examination, I do find areas of identification that assist me in being able to make the identification to the barrel. And that is just going to be areas of those striations within the lands and grooves that I was able to make identifications to.
Do items I and items J bear specific marks on them that are similar to the ammunition that you test fired, that are similar in nature?
Yes. Yes, they do.
Can you explain that a little bit more?
So by comparing items I and J to the test-fired bullets that I fired through item AD1, I was able to find areas of identification that, in my opinion, I was able to then make an identification that these two items were fired through the barrel of item AD1.
And when you make that conclusion, ma'am, is there some sort of peer review process that takes place in order to ensure the accuracy of your findings?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what that process is?
Firearms goes through a two-step process. There is a peer review or technical review portion, and that is when a second qualified examiner takes the paperwork and ensures that it's accurate and complete. There is also a process where that second qualified examiner takes the physical evidence itself, performs an examination, and confirms that the evidence supports the conclusions made in my report.
And, Your Honor, at this point, may I approach the witness just to retrieve evidence?
You may.
So, ma'am, just to be clear, I'm holding in my hand States Exhibit 155 and States Exhibit 156. These are items I and J, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So it is your conclusion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty that these two projectiles came from what I'm now holding as States Exhibit number 157. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that is item AD1, as noted on your lab report. Is that right?
That is correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, any cross-examination for this witness? The defendant does not respond. Ms. Crawford, you may step down.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at 4:46. We've had another full, productive day. I appreciate your attention and patience throughout the day. We are going to break for this evening. I want to remind you that you have not heard all of the evidence in this case. You have not heard any of the instructions that I am going to give you, so it is not ready for your deliberations yet. As you go home tonight, take a break, get some rest. Don't talk about the case to anyone, including loved ones. Don't talk about it to your fellow jurors as you're leaving the courtroom. You are not able to deliberate until I allow you to, and when the evidence is finished and the arguments are finished. So we will break until tomorrow morning. We're going to resume again at 8:30 tomorrow morning. But again, I think we're doing very well on time. So you can feel comfortable that we will be able to finish in a timely fashion here. All right, we will see you tomorrow at 8:30.
All right.
You may be seated. We are now outside the presence of the jury. The court will make the following record regarding the defendant during this period of testimony. I'll also note that the defendant has not been standing for the jury as instructed by the bailiffs, even though I'm not under any impression that the defendant is unable to stand. He is only restrained by the ankle, and he would otherwise be able to stand. At 3:21 this afternoon, during Detective Schulten's testimony, the defendant appeared to be slumped over a little bit in his chair. That was the first time that I was under the impression that Mr. Lychwick could potentially be asleep in his chair. I had one of the bailiffs walk behind him and nudge him on his shoulder, and he had, again, that sort of startled awakening where he looked up at the deputy. Other than that, the defendant has remained stationary. He is huddled under his coat. The coat is pulled up around his shoulders and up to his chin. He has maintained some eye contact with court. I've noted it a couple of times where I've looked over at the defendant and he's been looking at the court, and then as soon as we make eye contact, he quickly shuts his eyes. There are other times, like now, where his eyes are open and he's blankly staring or staring at the court. So again, the court is convinced that the defendant remains awake and attentive during this. He is simply refusing to participate, but he is not obstructive and not obstructing any of the testimony or the court proceedings. So if he wants to sleep or meditate or not participate, that is his choice to make. All right, Attorney Thompson, how are we doing on time and scheduling?
I think we're doing great. The witness who had a conflict in Milwaukee County this afternoon will be the first one I call tomorrow morning at 8:30, and I expect her to be available. And then after that, the state has 3 additional witnesses, all of whom are somewhat lengthy, but we are definitely on track. If we don't end up resting tomorrow, then certainly finishing up Thursday morning with testimony.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else you want to address at this time, Attorney Thompson?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, is there anything you want to address at this time? Okay. I'll note, too, that where the record reflects that the court has asked Mr. Lychwick certain questions, either in regards to anything he wants to add or in regards to the exhibits being offered or anything like that, for the most part, I've tried to wait a few seconds for a response and then make a note that the defendant has not responded. Other times I know I've asked the defendant the question and then simply moved on and allowed the exhibit to be entered. So just for the record, in case there's any question later on, I've always allowed Mr. Lychwick several seconds to respond to me, and the times that I've moved on have been because Mr. Lychwick has not offered me any response. I do want to go through just real quick where we're at on the exhibits. By my count, it appears that we have exhibits 1 through 72 all admitted into evidence, and that includes 1A, 1B, 1C, 28A, 34A, 41A, 59A. Then the next consecutive batch is exhibits 75 through 91, and that includes 80A, 81A, and 87A. I then have 93 through 101, 108 through 110, 113 through 114, 140, 145 through 147, including 145A, 146A, 149 through 150, plus 150A, 155 through 157, and 165 through 168, including 165A and 166A. State Is that consistent with what you have?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Lychwick, anything you want to say regarding that rundown of exhibits? Mr. Lychwick refuses to respond. Okay, that's where we should be then with exhibits. Mr. Lychwick, I want you to think about how this case is going tonight and decide whether or not you want to be an active participant in your defense tomorrow. I will once again allow you to dress in civilian clothes if you so choose. You can ask questions of the witnesses that the state calls. You can raise objections. You can consult with standby counsel. Those are all options available to you that you have not utilized today. Tomorrow's a new day, Mr. Lychwick, so reflect on how today went and see if you want to participate in your defense tomorrow. We are adjourned until 8:30 tomorrow.
And I have the exhibits as well. I'll bring those up.
Thank you.
As well. Yeah.